to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Yeah.
Good morning, bastards!
Good afternoon, Patriots. This is Agent Q.
Sorry, not faggy enough.
Yes, hello, it's me, a black guy.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Gross. Ew. The N-word.
We're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you.
Oh, the civil liberties and oh my gosh, what about the human rights? And oh no, so bad.
Good morning, Patriots. Welcome to the Astrolabe. It is Friday. The great Friday intro. How are you folks doing this morning? I made it in time. Dave, the gayest man, said yesterday that if the stream started before 9, that he would match all tips given today up to $200. And he confirmed it at the start of the stream. So there's a tip link in the chat right now. Tips.kingpill.com. Go tip your streamer. He's going to match up to 200, and we're already at 100 thanks to Lurch, who sent some magic internet money over on Coinbase. So I don't have the alpha male alert available to me to play for Lurch, but I'm going to give him one of these.
Boner alert.
And one of these.
A shekel for a good guy.
And then we're going to give Dave one of these.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Wow. So gay.
Tyler says, so you're saying we can control Matt with bribes? Well, you know, it's not. It is yes. You are controlling me, but really, what you're doing is you're enabling Mrs. King Pill to control me. That's what you are enabling, because she hears guaranteed $200 matching, and she says you better not miss that stream time tomorrow. Am I set up to receive from River? Yes. If you send something via River, if you have the River link, and you send something that way, I should be able to receive it. Nobody's used it yet, so it'll be a test. I'd recommend maybe send a little bit, and just let me know in the chat, and I can confirm. But yeah, that should work as well. The Bitcoin address there will go to my River account. I should get my where's my link? Let's see. It would be the fastest way to get that. I'll make sure that I put a link in the description afterwards to my it's like my what do you call it? Like the special little link they give you to share so you get rewards, a referral link. I've got a referral link here, and actually, I wonder, can I do it this way? Will it work? Oh, hell yeah. Oh god, sometimes Apple is just so nice. Copied it on my iPhone, pasting it on the computer. Beautiful. So here's the River referral link. If you're wanting to dip your toes in the River world, or the Bitcoin world rather, River is a great way to do it. You can basically just set it up as like a savings account. It'll pay you 3.3% on your cash that you have there. Pay it in Bitcoin. And then if you want to set up like a recurring buy for Bitcoin regularly, you want to do the dollar cost averaging thing. That's what I do. I just have a set daily amount. Thank you, Pale Morning Dude. I just have a set daily amount that I use, that I buy, and they've got a special little dealio in there as well, where they will, when the price goes down, anytime the price dips, Here comes the money. Here we go. Dr. Doom Guy! An alpha male alert! He didn't even say anything. There we go. We just got the match. We are past the goal already because there's a 1488 that's coming in. I can read it.
Fuck me, suck me, pull my hair, it's full send Friday. Nigger.
Wow, so true, TC. So true. Thank you. Thank you for the 1488. So we're actually at 414.88 now. We hit the 200. Dave said he'll match up to 200. That puts us at the goal. We are doing a drawing tonight. Or not tonight, this morning. At the end of the stream, I'll do a drawing. Forum.kingpill.com. Make sure you go get signed up over there. And we will be giving away a gift card to a retailer of your choice worth 10% of whatever the total take winds up being today. So it's at 414.88 right now. I'll get it updated here in a minute. And we'll just take 10% of that, and the larger the pot grows, the larger the 10% grows. So I just need something to call you and a way to contact you. Dave! Oh my God! Teal Bucks alert!
That didn't take long. Bribery works well.
It does work well. It works well for all of us. $250. Dave, you absolute patriot. Going above and beyond. The gayest man, truly. No one has ever been as gay as our great friend Dave Johnson.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
So gay.
Okay, so the minimum amount that we will be giving away in the drawing tonight is, at the end of the stream, is $50. We'll set it at $50 right now, and then it'll grow in 5s or 10s, basically. Because when I'm sending the gift card, like sometimes I can do a specific amount. It'll let me type in a specific dollar amount, but most often it's like, you know, there'll be like 5 and 25 and 50, and so I just got to try to piece it together somehow. So $50. We're going to round up for now, and we'll keep it updated as we go. It'd be really funny if Matt ended the stream and went back to bed. I didn't even think of that. That would be really funny. TC's tip here, his tip message reminded me that yesterday when I posted the recording out to YouTube, it just I don't go and like pick a thumbnail or anything. It just does it automatically. And the thumbnail that it picked for it was Sam Hyde's face from the alert that Dr. Doom Guy sent yesterday. And the message, if you look at it closely, the message underneath it just says, "Nigger, that is all." And that's the thumbnail for the YouTube video. And I wonder why I have such a hard time growing the platform over there. I also realized that I can pop out the X chat here. There's something weird that happens where, for whatever reason, people that are commenting on X, it doesn't show up on the little widget here during the stream. But when I close it and reopen it, they're all lined up there. So I see that people were commenting on the X chat yesterday, but I was able to pop out a window. So I think I can kind of monitor it over here. I still don't, apparently it's not working well to integrate it. So if you want to join the live chat, if you want to say something to me, then the way to do it is go over to Kick. No, Dr. Doom Guy, don't be sorry. I thought it was hilarious. When I saw that post last night, I was like, this is why we have the internet, for such serendipitous little moments as that. Okay, I think that's everything. What a rush. First thing here in the morning. Was there something else I wanted to say before we got started? I should start writing these things down. Go over to t.me/telegram or t.me/kingpilled and follow the Telegram channel so you can be sure to get alerts so you know when I go live. And join the King Pill Discord. That was what it was. Join the King Pill Discord because we are going to have a voice chat tonight. So that means that tonight I will be hopping in the voice chat room in the King Pill Discord and just hanging out and chatting with whoever shows up. And we usually start around 8 p.m. Central and go for 6 to 8 hours, something like that. So if you're looking for something to do with your Friday night, you're welcome to come join us. You can talk, or there's plenty of people that just come hang out. They don't say anything and they just listen and they comment the live chat. So we would love to have you. Go over to kingpill.com and sign up there. Come join us. Come introduce yourself. Make a friend. And that was the other thing. So I'll get to that in just a minute. Let's get started here. Spencer Pratt and the Sun Anglos. We're going to talk about the Sun Anglos here a little bit. We're just going to touch on it briefly. We might go into it a little bit more in the future. But Spencer Pratt is a very good example of one of the Sun Anglos. I lived in Southern California, and I was born in Reno, lived in Southern California, and just there's something about the desert that just gets me. I'm at home in the desert, especially the high desert. But just being in that sort of, especially like with Southern California, you get like the desert blending into the Mediterranean climate. And that's just, it is heaven to me to be in that Mediterranean climate. So I'm very interested in watching this Spencer Pratt thing that's happening and seeing a white boy just absolutely chutting out in his environment. And there's I don't know, man. I wouldn't give a Republican candidate a shot at the Los Angeles mayoral race, but he's doing everything right so far. He is absolutely, if you're going to run that type of candidacy, he is doing everything right. TC! Little Pacific Northwest war here.
How much do I have to tip to not look at that Shecox paraphernalia?
Shecox. Look at that sad Oregon boy. What do you got, the Timbers? We don't even talk about the NBA anymore. The Seattle-Portland rivalry is a pretty entertaining one. It's very much like we don't talk about the Timbers. Yeah. It's very much it's like two retards fighting. The meme Seattle-Portland rivalry is a hearty one. There is some venom there. But yeah, Spencer Pratt is. We talked about Casey Putsch yesterday. Spencer Pratt is he is the example of how to do everything exactly right. Where Casey, at least thus far, where Casey Putsch was a perfect example of how to do everything wrong. Wit says, my wife loves him. Her whole sorority used to watch him on his real life drama show. He was a lovable bad guy. Yeah, that's so like there's some real interesting parallels here with Trump being kind of like what he was for the boomer generation, and then Spencer Pratt being sort of a similar thing for millennials. It'd be like millennials and kind of young Gen X. So yeah, he's actually running as a Republican. He's not running an independent candidate. He's running as a Republican. So I got a bunch of clips here from the debate that he did the other night. and he was just rampaging over these colored women that he's running against, and all they could kind of do is just sort of like scoff and try to like laugh, like sort of try to laugh him off. They look exactly like Jeb Bush on the stage with Donald Trump. They look exactly like him. It's the same dynamic. Except Spencer Pratt almost like running in California, especially running in California in 2026 as a white guy, in Southern California, all the more. The Donald Trump thing, like perfectly aping Donald Trump would not work. It just wouldn't come off the same way there that it does to a national audience. So he's actually the best thing I could think of to describe it is that he's more sunny. Powerful MAGA dong. Oh man, incredible things are happening on the Lave today.
Let's patriot kill all of the nigger pill merchants that are trying to steal our precious American loot on the blessed Friday. Metaphorically speaking.
Oh, that's great. Patriot kill all the nigger pill merchants that are trying to steal our precious American loot on the blessed Friday. That is a bar right there. Thank you, Powerful Magadong. We have another PMD. We got Pale Morning Dude and we've got Powerful Magadong. Perhaps it's the same person. I don't know. Dave Combobulated over on X just commented, and it does work. I can see your comments over on X. So if you're watching on X, do leave a comment. It didn't show up in there, so I don't know if here. Let me try something. If you're watching right now, Dave, let me try refreshing the connection on X, and then let me try this even. Hold on just a second. While I know I have someone that's over there, hopefully. I want to. I can't believe I'm remembering this password while I'm talking. Okay, while I got someone over there, I want to see if this will work. So I just reinitiated the connection. It's working. It came through. The last few episodes, I was doing that at the start of the show, and it wasn't doing anything with it. So maybe I have to do it once it gets started. Do me a favor, Dave, and send something else. Send something else in the chat if you're still watching, and I want to see if is it just grabbing messages that were already there, or will it update in real time? All right. Anyways, I don't remember exactly what I was saying. So let us just get started. The first thing here. Have I told you guys how much I love this country that we live in? The glorious United States of America. One of the great American pastimes. Going to a baseball game. One of the best experiences, one of the most American experiences that you can have. And a great tradition before the baseball game. It's one of the few places still where you will get the national anthem sung regularly, and you will get people who stand and put their hand over their heart or salute or like show reverence to the event, to the experience. And in this case here, there is absolutely nothing that will prepare you for who is singing this. Duffhead! Oh.
Happy Friday, MAGA chuds. Pay your white pill prescription fees.
Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate the $88. Duffhead, it's good to see you, buddy. Man, we're going for it today. So we're at $60 now. $60 that will be paid out in the drawing at the end of the stream. Nematoder!
Let's suck Dave Johnson try. Every drip from the matching tip of his giant Johnson.
Well, this is reminding me that I did make a rule before that if you're gonna horny post in the chat, you have to do it. You have to do it in the tip jar. The tip jar is the only place where you can drop your horny bits. Thank you, Nematoder. Okay, nothing can prepare you for who is singing this national anthem. Here, you're gonna have to look at it. This is one of those you gotta pull up the screen. You gotta take a look at it.
And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag
What is that?
was still there. Oh, say does that star span?
Code word Ronald McDonald.
Banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I have no context for it whatsoever. I have no idea why Ronald McDonald is singing the national anthem, but I can't help but take this as a signal. Patriots are in control. We've gotten our code word. All Patriots go. Activate. Go, 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 go. The Patriots are truly in control. I love this country. Oh, you guys in the chat are killing me. Who said this? Lord Breezy says, Japanese anime about America but real life. So true. That's exactly what it was. The most American moment of all time. Incredible. I truly was not prepared for that. If you want to enjoy some of the, maybe you're not a sports ball person, but you want to, you enjoy some of these funny little moments that come out of it, I'd highly recommend following John Boy Media. He does some great breakdowns, especially if there's like a fight on the field, or an umpire comes out and gets ejected, or there's some sort of event like that. He's really good at lip reading, and so he'll go through and he'll lip read what the people are yelling back and forth at each other. Very entertaining, a very fun sports ball focused influencer, I suppose. Now, I've been thinking lately that it's about time to schedule another King-Pilled meetup here in Texas. We had a great one last year, did one up in D.C., and I want to be able to do these rather frequently. So I'm thinking we need to do another one here soon in Texas. Now, the last one we did was in Austin, and it's kind of hard for me to manage going somewhere else in the state, like the travel and everything that goes on with that. But we might need to make this happen. Mario Kart in real life. Augmented reality go-karts. Now, I'd like to know, is this like kid mode? Is this just kid mode? Is this the extent of what it is, or can we suit those babies up? Can we get a little more aggressive with it? There's 2 locations that I was able to find in a brief Googling. One of them is in Australia, so Aussie bros, go for it. The other one is in Rockwall, Texas, which is northeast of Dallas. Rockwall, Texas. Imagine a King-Pilled meetup. I need to do a little more research on this to see if is there a good spot to grab some brews nearby? Is there is this just like a kids thing, or can we speed it up a little bit more? But if you are in the Texas area, or the Texas area, one of the largest areas in the in the country. If you're in Texas or around Texas, or you want to come to Texas for a King-Pilled meetup, then shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com. I'm going to start taking. I'm thinking probably maybe in June sometime, maybe July. I got a little traveling I got to do around then as well. So, pre or post race drinking. See, these are the sorts of things I want to discover. I want to find out if post-race drinking is a possibility. I gotta talk to my lawyer and figure out what my liabilities would be here. But yeah, so if you'd be interested, at some point over the next few months in a King-Pilled Texas meetup, then hit me up, realkingpilled@gmail.com. Let me know that you would be interested. You want me to keep you in the loop. Just looking at the chat here. Can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. That's Dave's motto. Tyler says California meetup win. That's apart from apart from Texas and DC, the places that I'm basically obligated to be, California's got to be next on the list. We did a Washington one last year as well, and Washington will probably happen again this fall, assuming we go up there for Eastwood's birthday again, like we usually do. So there will be another Seattle area meetup. But California, we need to get over and see some family there. And I was just telling you guys, like, the California is in my blood. I feel that. I need to breathe the California air. I need to feel the California sun on my skin. So the California meetup will probably happen. I don't know if I'll be able to make one happen this year, but hopefully, there's ways that we could make them happen, mostly having to do with money. But if we can make one happen, then I would be over the moon. I think Amy would probably love to be able to go over to California as well. And there she's just saying it in the chat. Okay. I was kind of dancing around it. We're starting to toss around the idea of moving to Arizona. I don't know how soon it's going to be able to happen, but within the next couple of years at some point, we're thinking about moving to Arizona because got to be a little closer to family and again, the sun, the desert, the dryness, the mountains, it's just for me. It's just for me. Surprise, Gaga. Yeah, if Gaga's listening, she didn't know about that. So I guess we'll talk soon, Gaga. All right. Let's talk about the Anglos here for a moment. First of all, here I got a video of the indomitable British spirit. We rag on we rag on our limey friends quite a bit here, but it's mostly like 99% in good fun, brotherly, brotherly ball busting, let's say. But there are absolutely some stupendous, powerful white men who hail from the motherland. Here's an example. These two guys got waylaid by pirates who saw, there's just a couple guys out here, and we're gonna just take them for what they're worth. And oh boy, did they not have any idea what they were getting into.
All right, I've just been shot twice. Jan and I just had a couple of lads come up to us, pulled a weapon on us. Jan fucking jumped over the boat, pushed one of them, and then when I jumped, I got shot in the arm, and then we wrestled with him under the water. Got shot again in the leg, managed to drown him, got his gun off him, and then we basically tried to swim back. Now these guys, we've capsized their boat, got their weapon. They are trying to bail the boat out, and we're heading to what we hope community down here, but we've no idea what to expect. Fucking hell, Jan. You alright? Yeah. This one's gone straight through. This one's alright. I've just been.
So you got straight through on the shoulder, like the shoulder area, and then shot in the thigh as well. So this is a John Bathgate. It's 2023. John Bathgate and Ian Roberts were trying to set a world record by sailing from the source of the Amazon to the sea. And there was another breakdown down here. Former Royal Marine shot by pirate in Amazon. John Bathgate from Midlothian said he and a teammate disarmed two assailants and paddled to safety in a Peruvian village. The veteran was attempting to travel 3,186 miles along the Amazon River when the attack happened. He said he was very lucky the bullets went clean through his shoulder and leg. The challenging adventure from the river's highest source at Volcan Chimborazo in Ecuador to the Atlantic Ocean took a dramatic turn when the two men were ambushed by pirates close to the Colombian border. They've been hoping to raise awareness of environmental issues and the connection between mental health and spending time outdoors with the charity Summit to Sea. Mr. Bathgate told BBC Scotland News that he and fellow Marine Ian Jan Roberts were paddling along the river in two canoes, which they had attached together to make a catamaran, when a boat approached them from behind. He said, "This boat comes up on our stern and stops a couple of times to check us out, I guess. It eventually comes up alongside us. After maybe 5 to 7 minutes of conversation, he produced a pistol. My friend Jan basically thrust his paddle into the guy's chest before he could aim at one of us. A tussle ensued, which resulted in him being shot twice. One bullet went through his shoulder and the other went along his thigh muscle and exited below his hip. The Marine said he felt a jolt through his body and knew he'd been shot. I was very lucky with this shot. It wasn't painful and it went straight through. I was able to use my body basically like nothing happened. He said his Marine training kicked in and the men worked to disarm and capsize their 2 attackers. They then paddled to a nearby Peruvian village where members of the Peruvian military treated Mr. Bathgate's wounds. And I don't know if you noticed, they didn't include it in the write-up here, but when he tackled them, they tackled them into the water and then drowned them. They didn't just like capsize them and then get away. No. Those fellows happened upon a couple of British Marines and got themselves drowned for their troubles. We're doing sea warfare still. Here comes the money. Another one. Money talk. Hail victory!
Dollar, 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 dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Matt Jewerick's sign is stacking the shekels today.
So many shekels, 109 of them, added to the pot by Hail Victory.
A shekel for a good guy.
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
Shut up, Goyim.
Thank you, Hail Victory. Pale Victory, even. That wasn't very Christian of him, Ohio GOP rhino. Yeah, no kidding. Who said this? Homeless Nomad says, goes on mental health trip, ends up drowning 2 attackers. See, this is, I'm sure it was very good for his mental health. Can you imagine? This is what every boy imagines himself doing. Some guy tries to take over his canoe, and he clubs him with a paddle, gets shot, wrestles him, capsizes him over, drowns him in the water, climbs back in the canoe. That's every little boy's dream. So there's been some commentary on the timeline recently, and I couldn't include all of it here today. We'll talk about the Sun Anglos in the future. But I found a great example here of Sun Anglos. It says Sun Anglos are the superior race. Listen to these boys.
While serving in Portsea Gut Beach, and I was by myself, no one out, and I caught probably the best wave I've ever caught in my entire life, and no one saw it, and I was just thinking, that's so annoying. And then as I got off the wave, I just saw this bloke, this curly-headed dude with a fast, and he just went like, that was insane. I need to get around this bloke. And then we ended up paddling in on the beach, and we just sat there and we drank beers on like a November Tuesday, and then it kept on happening to us. We kept on bumping into each other. By the fourth time, probably best space now, but this is so good. On May the 8th, we're trying to start a public holiday to celebrate mateship. So on that day, we actually don't know what we're going to do yet. Any recommendations or anything that you guys would do specifically on the day? We like to do a thing called Culture Day, and I think this would actually be great. Yeah. So Culture Day is basically where it's a fully unplanned day. And you meet up with your mate or you walk out of the house, there's no plans, and you go try new things, explore the city, and just see where the day takes you. Purely about hanging out with your mates, but also hanging out with your city.
You know, imagine having a culture day and suggesting this idea to Amy, and she hears, all you do is you walk out of the house, and you don't have a plan. You just go. And Amy's going to be like, yes, that's absolutely something for you to do with your mates. No plan. You know, this reminded me of how, I'm trying to remember who I was listening to just recently. They said that they were talking about the surf economy in the feudal period. And might have been Joaquin Flores. I think that's who it was. Yeah, that's who it was. It was Joaquin Flores. He was talking about the amount of like holidays that they had then, like social holidays where nobody worked, and the majority of the work was done between the in like 200 days out of the year or something like that. And you would have like dense consolidated work times like around a harvest. And then you might have more extended periods where it was the idea of having an 8 to 5 where you go to work all day, every day, like 100% of the year, and you just get maybe a little bit of vacation here or there. This is a pretty modern adaptation of the workforce. And I've got something else related to that as well that I'll talk about all those things kind of in combination with one another about the invention of the category of teenager. And I think I can see a way in which the introduction of mass automation through artificial intelligence and robots is going to make this much more realistic again for people, where the cost of goods is going to go down so dramatically that they're going to be much more abundant. Like the problems are going to be like meaning and what do I do with myself and how do I not let the absolute abundance around me totally turn me into into one of the fat Wall-E people. Those are the problems that our children and grandchildren and great grandchildren are going to be facing, and it's going to really begin happening in the lifetime of someone about our age, about my age, I guess. So yeah, anyways, we'll talk about the sun Anglos and all that stuff on another one. I got to get through the Spencer Pratt stuff. So first of all, let me do a little contrast for you here. Now, this is not the same race, but it is the same state. You remember Katie Porter, the lady who threw boiling mashed potatoes at her husband? I played some videos of her before. She's like just a horrifying human being. She's running for governor. And here is the ad that she produced.
I'm Katie Porter, and I'm not like most people who run for governor. I actually get what you're going through. A single mom of 3 kids, I know what it's like to push the shopping cart. My minivan has almost 200,000 miles. I have a grown kid who may soon be living on my couch. To give Californians what they need, it's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot? I'm Katie Porter.
See, this is the old age of political ads. This is the age that we're exiting. Yeah, she definitely does look like she's been hitting the Ozempic. This is almost a relic now. You're going to take this woman who has a reputation for being just an absolute insufferable bitch. Violent, abusive, rude, domineering, ruthless political animal, just a complete psychotic. And they're like, "Oh, we need to make you relatable, so we're going to really ham-fistedly have you walk through the supermarket. Look at me, I'm just like you. I'm a mom, just like you, and I've got people awkwardly standing beside me." Holding signs with stuff written on them. Childcare costs, too expensive. So there's this thing where it's like, it's really lighthearted. The music is kind of like upbeat and it's sunny and she's talking in this really upbeat tone. And the subliminal things that you're getting here is doom, childcare costs, too expensive, sky-high gas prices. I don't think that a California Democrat wants to run on gas prices. That is not the thing whatsoever to run on. You are inviting some of the most ruthlessly effective attacks on you. Kid sleeping on the couch here, like a house he can afford. All the messaging in the background, even free laundry, like. All the messaging in the background, the subliminal stuff that's hitting you is doom, dark, negative, foreboding, evil. And her words is like, "Oh, I can relate to you. I'm so friendly and I'm just a mom like you guys." And think about who this is targeted at. Like, this message here is targeted at suburban white women. That is the one single demographic, suburban white women. Like affluent suburban white women. The awfuls, they call them. And then here, she's like, all this economic anxiety and everything. Dump Trump. No kings. Affordable health care. End of gun violence. Prevent wildfires. Abolish ICE. This is all just like throw a bunch of shit at the wall. This is an attempt by a leading Democrat candidate to try to put together a campaign offering something when they don't have anything to offer. So all they have is just like some bumper sticker phrases that your economic anxiety is what she's talking about. And then it's dump Trump, call out racism, abolish ICE, a living wage, cheap green energy, end gun violence, debt-free college. And then there's like the self-deprecating, haha, remember that story you heard about how I'm a psychotic bitch? Yeah, let's play a joke about me being a psychotic bitch. You might be able to pull off something like this if she was a bombshell. If she was like a leggy, voluptuous blonde, you might be able to pull off something like this. This sort of dumpy, like what is this? This is someone that they're talking about as like she's very clearly running for governor so that she can run for president. That's what her entire campaign is about. Now, contrast that with this. This is a different what do you call it? A different race. This is lower level of government. But here is Spencer Pratt. He says, change the channel.
The thing I am concerned and feel about him is that I feel like he's exploiting the grief of people in the Palisades, and I think that's right. Reprehensible. He is about his own celebrity. He's famous now again.
Here, don't run with that. I'll be right there. I gotta go
Oh my gosh, that's good.
How are you?
I'll throw it in the trash. I don't need a new one. We're gonna go to dinner.
Yeah, good. Good. So emotional. I can like hardly breathe.
Oh, it is pretty cool. it's better than just dirt.
Oh, Spencer, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Could be worse. Could be worse.
Nice.
How are you enjoying your new rental? That's what I thought. Okay, well.
Oh God, so emotional. I feel like all I do is cry.
You do. Well, I understand why.
I just really wish we could have sold our lot and bought a house in Santa Monica on Montana. So I really wish. The Palisades is just so depressing.
It'll be a lot easier to sell a house you build on a lot than selling just a lot. So there's way more chance for it to buy a brand new, nobody's lived in house than a dirt lot. So if that's what you decide in a year,
Yeah.
way more chance to sell that than dirt.
Yeah, because the Palisades isn't going to come back for a long time. And it's so depressing. I've got to pull myself together.
I don't think you're gonna go. There's no way. It's not. Nobody's supposed to be dealing with what you're dealing with at your age. At any age, but I don't think you need to have the pressure of pulling yourself together. I think you can cry all you want.
Thank you.
Whatever gets you through the day.
I love you so much.
He is about his own celebrity.
You just gotta breathe.
He's famous now again.
I mean, that's one of those things where I don't think I'm going to say anything that's going to add to it. Just watching those two back to back. This is the difference. Stripe Buster said, I would exploit the hell out of my house burning down. Yes, 100%. 100%. Exploit the absolute hell out of it. I don't know how, I would love to know the backstory of how this whole thing emerged. Like, was he standing there watching his house burn down and was like, fuck this, I'm running for mayor? Did he watch his house burn down and then someone was like, we need to find someone from within this community and get them to run for mayor? Here we're gonna capitalize on this tragedy. Never let a good tragedy go to waste. And they went through the Rolodex and they hit him up and they were like, "Hey, would you do a mayoral run?" And he was like, "Fuck yeah, I will." I want to know what the backstory is. Whatever it is compelling as hell, particularly given who he's running against. So, Mike Solana here, this is the guy from Pirate Wires, says he's quoting him. I'll just play the video.
National politics has nothing to do with why we're sitting in my dirt lot. Local politics, city leadership, who's the head of your LADWP. These are the things that concern me.
He says national politics has nothing to do with why we're sitting in my dirt lot. Local politics, city leadership, these are the things that concern me. Mike Solana says this is the single most important mental reframe standing between us and city governance that's not insane. The entire, the whole PayPal mafia contingent that I've talked about, they have been running up against, clashing with California leadership for a long time now. So this dude here is going to get, especially the way he's playing it up now, and then seeing people like Mike Solana. Mike Solana's been posting about him a lot. He has made a significant impact on the All In podcast world. He is going to have all the money in the world that he needs to make this happen. Here is I played that Charles Curran video, the AI video of Karen Bass as the Joker and Spencer Pratt as Batman, and I neglected to scroll down far enough to see that, of course, the Great Patriot Surf was in the replies.
What they don't realize is I'm like the Highlander. When you come out with me with the negativity, I chop your head off and I have the lightning comes from the clouds and I get more pumped up.
No, it feels like you sort of relish it, right?
Oh, the dumbest thing they keep doing is saying my name. I actually do a dance when anybody with any platform says my name. I go, how stupid are these people? The best thing they would have done was to ignore me, but to give me more lightning from the clouds is, they're done. They're done.
Give me 1,000 Spencer Pratts and we will conquer the world. This dude, those two clips back to back. First of all, local and city government. That's where the differences are made. The national stuff is the national stuff. The local and the city governments, that's where real business is done. That's where the change needs to happen. And then this mentality, everything. This guy is everything that fucking Dan Bilzerian or Casey Putsch or any of these fucking grifting faggots. He is everything that they are not. I don't even give a shit what his actual policies are. I don't care who the people financing him are. You mean that the people who subversively finance our elections are now subversively financing people like this, who are talking like this, who are running directly against people like fucking Karen Bass, a literal communist? The only reason why she's not Why she was not the vice president instead of Kamala was because she's a literal fucking communist, on the record. Otherwise, she would have been the vice president. She's not just some random Democrat. This is an extraordinarily powerful Democrat. And he has given it to her. Absolutely given it to her. Jeremy Carl here said there's more to being a great leader than being a great communicator. But Spencer Pratt has a lot of talent as a communicator. Regardless of how the mayor's race ends up, I expect we'll be seeing a lot more of him in the future. So I've got a number of clips here from the debate the other night. I never would have expected that I would be showing clips from the LA mayoral debate on the Lab, but that is the Spencer Pratt effect.
Downtown is so unsafe now that they have to serve the food. All the employees have to eat inside. They can't risk going out. That's why all these beautiful restaurants are closing, because it's so unsafe. So before we require city workers to go back into any buildings, we need to enforce the laws on the street. Councilwoman Rahman is talking about safety, yet when animal rescue activist Rebecca Corey came in and said the dogs are being tortured and abused on the streets of downtown, she walked out of the hearing. She doesn't care about
the
safety.
dogs.
She doesn't care about anything she's talking about. At least Mayor Bass pretends to care.
The dogs! They're starving and abusing the dogs. It's uncanny. It's insane. We've literally got a reality TV star, white boy, known for being like a playboy type, who is absolutely bludgeoning Democratic women on stage about dogs, colored Democrat women, about dog abuse. We live in a fucking simulation, folks. This is crazy. The woman's name is literally Raman. She is an Indian woman named Raman. He's running against a dumpy, ugly, black communist named Karen Bass and a Indian woman named Raman. This is just insane. And what he's talking about is the homeless people, the druggies, the just like drugged out criminals that live on the streets of LA who are they're kidnapping dogs and injecting them with drugs like fentanyl or meth or whatever. They're kidnapping them and injecting them with drugs and killing them, just like experimenting on them in the streets. This is the stuff that these people have been overseeing. So this is a clip here of him talking about this Raman character. And notice his energy. There's a like a lightheartedness. He's obviously just very sincere, but there's there's kind of a lightheartedness to the way that he goes about just bludgeoning these women.
Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe, I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA
super meth.
93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first, I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say? 3,000 people for $400 million? This is an absolute failure for both of them.
What was that? 3,000 people and how much?
Ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say? 3,000 people for $400 million? This is
3,000 people for $400 million. $400 million. And this is the thing. If you are someone who lives in or around LA, especially now, it was bad when I was there several years ago, but if you're someone who lives in and around LA, you've encountered these people. They're not human beings. I mean, they're shaped like human beings, sort of, sometimes, but he's accurately identifying they're not unhoused. They're not just unfortunates who have fallen on hard times. They're literally criminals who have been released into the streets to molest people and steal things and build up shanties underneath the freeway and just shoot up meth. They've got fucking flat screen TVs in their tents underneath the freeway. Just living in tent cities. Totally all the EBT scams and everything. They get money. They know how to acquire things. They're not homeless. There are roving bands of drugged out criminals on the streets that have been put there intentionally so that people like Karen Bass and Nithya Raman can advance their political careers. It is a huge industry. The amount of money that gets dumped into homelessness is enormous. I've said this before. When I was doing the show with Jason Stapleton, and we were in LA, we were in Culver City doing the show at the studio there, and there was a guy who was building tiny homes for the homeless. He had a way that he could build tiny homes for like, I think it was like $5,000 a piece or $3,000 a piece or something really cheap. And they were having drive-by shootings at them that they were connecting to the developer networks and the mayor at the time, Eric Garcetti. And he'd like detailed all the ways that the LA government and the California government were just shoveling piles and piles of money into their own pockets and their own interest groups and stuff that was nominally for homelessness. This is very much like the lady yesterday, Louise Lucas in Virginia. Great video yesterday that Nick Freitas and Christian Hines put out talking about her, that it just highlighting the fact that she set up these Medicare-funded like hospice care houses, and then she chaired the committee responsible for delegating Medicaid funding and like healthcare spending for the state. She's literally the chair of the committee that funnels the money into the companies that she uses to subsidize her own lifestyle. It's just open, blatant, transparent crime, enabled by the lockdown hold that the Democrat Party has had on California, brought about entirely by importing illegals and rigging elections.
Absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
So, Councilmember Rahman, you have 30 seconds to respond.
I want to just say to everybody who's watching today, you're going to watch today as Mayor Bass and Spencer Pratt attack me because they want to run against each other in the general election.
Face.
Each of them thinks that running against each other is what's going to help them win.
Hold on. Let me zoom this in so you can see his face while she's talking.
As Mayor Bass and Spencer Pratt attack me because they want to run against each other in the general election. Each of them thinks that running against each other
He's
is what's
literally
gonna help them
Trump.
win, and they don't want to run against me because my ideas, which are based on real results in my district, which are based on real data, a real analysis.
Come
of
on,
the
woman,
system,
get it out.
Focus on accountability and using every dollar as effectively as possible, which we have done in my district. I want to take this citywide. This is why this is happening today.
Councilmember Rahman, we're out of time. I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to respond to this.
I would
Mr.
love
Pratt,
to
I'm going to
start.
start with
Thank
you,
you.
and then I'm going to go to Mayor Bass.
First off, Mayor Bass and I are definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down. I am not working with Mayor Bass. Second off, if I wanted to run against anybody, it would be the council member who is terrible. Mayor Bass has at least been a mayor for almost 4 years and has, as she talked about earlier, all the unions endorsed Mayor Bass. You think it's easier to run against the incumbent mayor with all the unions or a random city council member who's been a failure for 6 years? I would much rather run against Councilwoman Rahman. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr.
Remember what I said about Trump with Jeb? I'm watching history play out before me again. Now this is just like millennial Trump in California. He's running as a Republican. He's on the Republican ticket. Of course I'm not working with this woman. She burned down my house, my parents' house, and all of my neighbors' houses, killed some of them. Of course I'm not working with her. Of course I'd rather run against the no-name congresswoman who is just bludgeoning, absolutely cooking them. There's more here. So here's LA Mayor Karen Bass on the verge of flop sweating during the debate when simply asked why she deserves a second term. And then we're going to get into the next thing. Yeah, then we're going to get into a little bit of her background.
Articulate for us why you should get a second contract as the mayor of the city.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. You know, when I took over as mayor, LA was definitely facing an awful lot of tough problems. And obviously, January 7th was horrible. And as I have told you before, it was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me.
When your house burnt down, that was one of the worst moments of my life.
And it didn't matter where I was or why I was away. To me, it reminds me of...
It didn't matter where I was. It didn't matter that I was over hanging out in Ghana celebrating the election of one of my partners in crime. It doesn't matter where I was. She must not have consultants working with her anymore, or they're trying to sabotage her. Like, this is like old school consultants that are like, oh, you just need to like go out and confront it head on. The worst possible way to confront it head on is to say, that was one of the worst days of my life, and it doesn't matter where I was when it happened. Holy shit.
Like if you're away and a family member is in an accident. But I think that I deserve...
You're away and a family member is in an accident. The absolute gall of this woman.
A second term, and I'm going to fight for that because we have made significant progress in a variety of areas. For example, homelessness was going up year after year, and under my watch, it is the first time we've had a decrease in street homelessness. While it went up in the country, 18%, it came down in Los Angeles, 17.5%. I have expedited the building of housing because our number one issue in this city is affordability. And one of the main drivers for affordability is housing.
Right. So let me follow up on the fires,
Sure.
though.
Shut
One
the
gets
fuck
the
up,
impression,
bitch.
based on what we saw, that you prioritized wages and benefits, a hike in the salaries of the firefighters union over the operations budget. We saw those pictures of those engines that were inoperable because they didn't have enough mechanics to fix them.
Well,
was that a mistake? Explain that decision.
Let me just say, first of all, the primary problem there was that the chief sent home 1,000 firefighters. We actually had fire trucks with not enough firefighters there. So yes, there were fire trucks that were broken, but there were also fire trucks that were out of use because she had sent the firefighters home. You are correct. There was supposed to have been deployment and pre-deployment in the area. That did not happen. But the same way that LA was not prepared.
And where were you?
Neither was the county.
Thank you, Mayor.
In the same way that LA was not prepared, neither was the county. LA was not prepared for the fires. Oh, it doesn't matter why I was gone. It was the worst day of my life, and the city that is under my responsibility wasn't prepared for it. But don't worry, there were other people who weren't prepared for it either. Holy crap. Okay, so I just looked up. I wanted to double check because I'd looked up to see that Spencer Pratt is a registered Republican. The LA mayoral race is a nonpartisan race, so he's not actually running as a Republican. That's not how the race work. How that sort of race works. It's nonpartisan, so he is a registered Republican running in obviously as a Republican effectively. So I was saying yesterday about how Jim Clyburn is the member of Congress from South Carolina who is being they're redistricting his district away, and it's a district that was created out of whole cloth by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court demanded in 1993 that it needed to be created as a majority black district. And he was elected in 1993 and has been there ever since then. One of the most powerful people in Congress. And good buddy Riggs in the chat last night, or in the King Pill Discord last night, pointed out that there could be a sort of a galaxy brain case for trying to keep him in power because. So this is sort of a kind of a heads I win, tails I lose situation, I guess, for us, because he was one of the main drivers behind Kamala Harris being the vice president, and having him there is a key factor in the Democrats continuing to try to force black people into everything all the time. So there could be a case to be made for actually, like, it hurts them more than it helps them to have people like him in leadership. But Karen Bass here was actually a candidate along with Kamala Harris. When Joe Biden was basically like, yeah, it's going to be a black woman. The two of them were on the short list. But here's a video of Spencer Pratt talking about Karen Bass's background. She's from LA, like grew up in LA, but is an actual, like, literal communist activist.
Karen Basura is a communist. Now, when I was 19, 20...
Oh, yeah, and he calls her Karen Basura, which is obviously garbage in Spanish.
Karen Basura is a communist.
That's a
now,
good
when I was
hook.
19, 20, I was living in an apartment on Skid Row, getting my political science degree at USC. That's as LA as it gets, dude. But do you know what Karen Basura was doing at that age? You guessed it, going to Cuba to support the communist revolution and Fidel Castro's oppressive regime? What? Karen Basura is a card-carrying member of the Communist Front Group, the Venceremos Brigade, an anti-American communist solidarity organization in which she actively worked for years to undermine the U.S. and prop up the communist revolution in Cuba? Does this sound normal to you? Who in the heck spends their 20s supporting a violent communist dictatorship in a foreign country? What were you doing at 19 years old? Some reports have shown that Karen Basura's communist organization was actually involved in intelligence training ops on behalf of the Cuban regime, and some of the members actually bombed the U.S. Capitol in 1983. There's a legitimate possibility that Karen Basura is a literal communist spy, which actually might explain why such an experienced politician has been so effective at destroying America's greatest city in just a few short years. Well, now you know what her experience is. Some of you may not remember, but she was actually the front runner to become Joe Biden's VP pick for 2020. But that went up in flames almost immediately once people dug up her commie past and saw her foreign sympathies.
Went up in flames. What did he mean by this? This nigger knows how to use TikTok, man.
In statements following Fidel Castro's death, when she called it a great loss, she used to refer to Castro as Comandante en Jefe. And for those of you who don't habla español, that means commander-in-chief. Now, I don't know about you, but the President of the United States is always my commander-in-chief. But not Karen Basura. Her commander-in-chief is the communist dictator of Cuba. Right now, Cuba's in the news because the oppressed people who have suffered under the horrific communist regime are rising up to fight for freedom. You'll notice how much Latino immigrants, and especially Cuban immigrants, hate communism because they know firsthand how evil communism is. They have experienced the empty store shelves, the decrepit infrastructure, the choking censorship and surveillance, the secret police thugs, the death and destruction that Fidel Castro and other commie dictators ushered in. Communism is responsible for more mass death in just the last century than anything else in the history of the world. Over 100 million people have been killed by communist regimes in China, Cambodia, the Soviet Union, from forced famines, purges, gulags. Communism is an evil, anti-human ideology dressed up as some idealistic form of equity and fairness, and yet somehow it always ends up with millions of people dying in forced labor camps or starving to death. Communism is just a religion of malcontents where instead of worshiping a righteous God, they worship the state. And whatever the state says, goes. We don't learn enough about the evil scourge on our planet, and communism is genuinely evil. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It preys upon the malcontents of society to fuel the revolution. But America never fell victim to this ideology. We didn't have enough malcontents to fuel the revolution in America. You had the ability to actually work your way into the American dream. You could buy a home, have your own slice of American soil, raise a family, speak freely, worship freely. But now, as that gets more and more out of reach for young Americans, and especially young Californians and Angelinos, there's a growing population of malcontents, angry, jaded, cynical, and that is exactly the fertilizer that communists like Karen Basura use to seed the revolution. Notice how the riots are increasing, burning cars, smashing businesses, looting, stopping the freeway, attacking police officers. you all can see communism starting to take root, because lifelong communists like Karen Basura have made life harder and harder here, and that is on purpose. Well, guess what, Karen? This ain't your Cuban commie kibbutz you're running. This is Los Angeles. This is America. I still believe in the American dream, and I'm not going to let you turn LA into a tribute to your Comandante en Jefe, Fidel Castro. Our Latino brothers and sisters have seen the evils of communism, and they are done with it. So let me help you out, Karen. I'll take your job, and you can go retire in Havana. We are going to restore the dream that Los Angeles used to be. Go to mayorpratt.com and donate. Support my campaign. And unlike the communists like Karen who want to take your money, I want to earn your money. And I will make it my life's mission to earn your support as mayor of Los Angeles.
Vance Pratt 28. Now we're fucking talking. Holy shit. Just an absolute whirlwind. You know, I cannot wait. I can't wait to see how people are going to decide that actually he's some kind of a, he's just an actor. He's just an actor. He's being paid to say these things. Incredible scenes. Incredible scenes. This is what Donald Trump did to the boomers. Spencer Pratt is doing to the millennials. The parallels are just so eerie. This was him after the debate last night. Or this was a couple nights ago now.
Just quickly, did you do what you needed to do tonight?
I mean, I would have liked 3 more hours. We got a lot of failures to talk about that these people have, so we should run it back. Part 2.
Spencer Pratt,
Appreciate you. Don't forget to vote. Send your ballots in right now, Spencer Pratt.
Just quickly.
I am going to vote. What are they going to do? Stop me? I will vote for Spencer Pratt. Do you guys in the chat, no matter where you are, do you commit to do your sacred patriotic duty and vote Spencer Pratt for LA mayor this year? He's a Jewish plant. Vote for the anti-Zionist brown ramen woman. Yeah, right? I will vote for Spencer Pratt. I commit to vote for Patriot. Man, that video was just exquisite. And he's sitting there. He's not like reading off of a script or something. I mean, I'm sure he has like some talking points. And I mean, he was an actor, so he's going to be good at memorizing things probably. But when he talks, you can't. It's like with Trump. There's things that he says that he comes up with that the way he goes through his whole vibe and everything is you can't fake some of these things. He's not polished enough. He's unpolished. But it's like he's polished in his unpolishedness. Oh, man. So, the LA mayor poll, Channel 4 Los Angeles, 88% of people on their poll said that he won the debate. 88% said him, 7% said Karen Bass, 5% said the ramen lady. Now, I don't know if I'm sure they don't have the poll like geo-locked or anything. So you've got a big. I'm sure there's a sampling bias here, having an internet poll. But 88. Yeah. What did he mean by this? 88%. Either we're getting another sign we live in a simulation, or we have a extremely ruthlessly sophisticated and dedicated group of anons who gamed the vote just perfectly for that. Coordinated it on they're coordinating it over on the Donald. Look at him. First time a Hummer went in his ear. Gave him the old ear hummer. This sort of thing, this is so much power in a video like this. Because hummingbirds aren't just going to come land on your hand like this. Animals in general aren't just going to come land on you like that. Unless you have a particular sort of character. You have to be a particular caliber of human being to get animals to just come land on you. And then using the hummingbirds as his logo. Oh, whoever is running his campaign needs all the money in the world to run every single campaign. So far, the next Congress will not have. Here's a list of people who will not be in the next Congress. Al Green, Jasmine Crockett, Dan Crenshaw, Eric Swalwell, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, Don Bacon, and Jerry Nadler. It's a combination of retiring, being redistricted out, being forced out for one reason or another, resigning. Yeah, tell me how we're not draining the swamp. Like, plenty of them are probably going to be replaced by other people who have their own issues, but there is a serious disruption happening to the uniparty power structure. Even just forcing the uniparty power structure to turn over a bunch of its assets is it's disrupting the structure of things. That gives you the opportunity to wedge into little crevices and nooks and crannies and start getting our guys in there, or at least just shaking up the it's like there's you could say infrastructure, but it's kind of like the tissue, like the membranes that connect all these different offices. You've got old, when you have someone that's in office for a really long time, they have their set up group of donors and their contractors and their lawyers and their consultants and everyone that they work with that kind of just get locked in after a while. And just forcing a new person in there means turning over some or all of that, which removes some of the inertia that the system had previously. Look at the absolute incredible things that are happening right now. Representative Todd Warner in Tennessee walks into the House to strip majority black Memphis of representation wearing a Trump flag as a cape, as Representative Camper of Memphis looks on. Look at these absolute scenes. Trump 2024, no more bullshit. The woman whose seat is being stripped away from her is standing here looking at him. And look at this chick behind him, cracking up, laughing, filming him as he does it. Fugitive Trucer said they had to fight 2 world wars to stop white boys from dripping this hard. Incredible scenes. There's a video here. Let's see it. I only saw the picture. I didn't actually see the video. I'm telling you right now, we don't care.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Look at this absolute patriot. And he hands it to the black guy. Oh, she's stuffing it in the drawer. Oh, that's incredible. Such incredible scenes, man. Do you realize how much we're winning right now? This is remarkable. Suddenly we have a GOP that will actually do things. He's not just doing this for a photo op. He's going in there to literally cast a vote to eliminate black representation in Memphis. And all they could do is just yell at him. This is the Indiana Senate Majority Leader, Chris Garton. This was back in December, before they voted down the redistricting map. This is a speech that he gave. Listen to this.
Some will say these maps are political.
Let me be clear. You're damn right they are. Political policy is political. Safe streets are political. Look at Indianapolis. Affordable electricity is political. A drug-free Indiana is political. Peace in the Middle East is political. I dealt with it firsthand. If drawing a map that secures 2 more seats for the Republican Party means that we continue to see overdose deaths drop by 20%, then I'll draw that map every single day of the week and twice on Sunday. If drawing a map means that we'll continue to see a 93% drop in illegal immigration, then I'll sign it with a smile on my face. We're not here to be neutral arbiters of decline. We're here to be active agents of American greatness.
We're not here to be neutral arbiters of decline. We're here to be active agents of American greatness.
So I ask you.
What a line. I want to hear that again.
We're not here to be neutral arbiters of decline. We're here to be active agents of American greatness.
Put that on a frickin' t-shirt. What a line. That was Indiana Senate Majority Leader Chris Garton giving a speech in favor of the 9-0 map that got voted down, and which led to then a bunch of the rhinos in the Indiana Senate getting removed from office a couple of days ago. And they're making I didn't have time when I was getting the show ready this morning. I had to make sure I got going before Dave's deadline. I didn't have time to dig into it, but I guess there's people that are getting behind him, campaigning for him to get another leadership position. I don't know exactly what it is, but maybe someone who's from Indiana in the chat who might know. Yeah, that's a corn-fed patriot right there. This is Shipwreck Crew says 26 and 28 are going to be desperation level potential extinction events for Democrats. Exactly what I've been saying. Between the census accurately reflecting population shifts and the end of racial gerrymandering that guaranteed them seats in overwhelmingly red states, the Dems will lose maybe as many as 30 seats in the House. They won't just be competitive. These will be likely safe Democrat seats becoming likely safe GOP seats. They will become largely a party of the cities to a degree even greater than they are that now. And they are tilting farther left in the direction of Eurosocialism and the DSA at the same time. They're staring at a future where they are under 180 seats in good election years and bouncing down around 160 seats in bad years. And frankly, I don't think that they even survive at that level. Like, what's the point in even existing anymore? They're going to be a completely deprecated asset. Something's going to replace them, whether it's someone taking over the Democrat Party apparatus and it retaining the name and some of the infrastructure and stuff, but going in a different direction with it, or just the emergence of a new political party. That's why either way, whether it's called the Democrat Party or not, it's going to be comprehensively different. Matt Forney said, "We're living through a repeat of the New Deal coalition era, but with the parties reversed. It's entirely conceivable that Republicans will have 300 seats in the House and 70 in the Senate in the near future. The Democrats are a regional minority party." Absolute music to my ear. Now, I'm hearing from the chat here that the Virginia gerrymander was just struck down as well. So formally, officially, we've got no more Virginia gerrymander. The Virginia Supreme Court ruled on it. Oh, beautiful. Oh, I just got this from Ryan Isaac. Let me pull this up real quick. Virginia Supreme Court has overturned the Democrat gerrymandering referendum, ruling that the process to put it on the ballot was unconstitutional. Virginia will keep their 5 Republican districts. And this is the best possible reaction to it.
You're mad, I'm back. Big mad, he's mad, she's mad, big sad. Ha ha, don't care, stay mad. Aha. You're mad, I'm back. Big mad.
Yes, hello, it's me, a black guy.
Mad, big sad. Ha ha,
The big 2-6 is the year of the Patriot. It has been confirmed. It was foretold, and it has been confirmed. I don't know how you survive as a Democrat. I don't know how you continue to live with yourself. Can you imagine taking this many L's back to back to back to back to back to back? Yeah, we've got problems in the GOP. Yeah, we're going to solve those problems. First, we're going to beat the ever-loving life out of the Democrats and leave them as a corpse. We're going to curb stomp the Democrats, and then we will turn to resolving the issues within the GOP. Thank you, President Trump. America's 250th birthday, and he gives us the great gift of our country back, a great patriot year for the white boys.
White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up.
Speaking of white males being way up, here is my president absolutely obliterating some black ABC journalist chick yesterday when he showed up to do this event where he's cleaning the what's it called, the reflection pond or whatever it is. I can't remember the name, but the pond in front of the Lincoln Memorial. He was answering questions, and this one chick asked him why he's down here focusing on this with gas prices being as high as they are.
Yes, sir. That's good. You got a good-looking crew back there, fellas, huh? Yep. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, you are here against the backdrop of the war in Iran. Why focus on all these projects right now?
You know why? Because I want to keep our country beautiful and safe. Beautiful also. This place was a disgusting place. It was Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and we had a terrible disgust. I don't know, you probably don't see dirt, but I do. And you walk down.
He's talking to a black woman right now. You probably don't see dirt. You work at ABC. You're a Democrat. You're scum. You live in scum. You don't even see it. I am ascended. I notice the dirt because I'm surrounded by gold and beauty all the time. I go home to Melania. I see the dirt.
Down this pond, if you would have walked down, they'll tell you better than anybody. They had to take 11 or 12 truckloads of garbage out of that lake, out of that water, and it sat there for years like that. And that's not what our country is about. Our country is about beauty, cleanliness, safety, great people, not a filthy capital.
What is the status?
So true.
Stupid question you asked. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? Because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC Fake News, and she's a horror show. She's saying, why would you bother fixing this up? Why would I bother taking 11 or 12 truckloads of filth out of the water in front of the Lincoln Monument? That's what made our country great. Beauty made our country. People made our country great. A question like that is a disgrace to our country. Any other questions?
Mr. President, I'm also with ABC News. Can I ask you
Fake
about
news.
the hantavirus? Have you been
Imagine having the lack of self-awareness to follow that up with, Mr. President, I'm also from ABC News. Please abuse me as well. Choke me. Spit in my mouth. This statement from him alone is one of the most meaningful things that he's done as president because of what it indicates, like the way his mind works. No, being American means that our public spaces are beautiful. We're not going to descend into squalor and filth. You fucking lib journos, you love your squalor and filth because you're disgusting people. I can't live around it because I'm an American. You're not an American. You're a disgrace. So, Mr. President! This is him. He gave every single worker at the Lincoln Memorial a presidential challenge coin and took the time to shake each and every one of their hands. Look at the boys. Look at the old boys that came in to clean up our Capitol. The last time I was there, a couple months ago, we were out by the Washington Monument, and we stopped by the bathroom on the way back, and there was a trash can right there, and I heard some kind of like rustling in the trash can. Went over and looked in there, and there was a big fat-ass rat. It was probably, I don't know, 8 or 10 inches long, 10 inches long probably. Yeah, probably about 10 inches long. Big ass tail, just like rustling around inside the trash can. In my nation's capital? No. No. We're not going to tolerate that. We're going to bring in the corn-fed boys from Oklahoma to clean up our capital.
Thank you. Oh, I already shook it, but I'll shake it again, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you very much.
And then there's this guy.
Did
you all get it going now? Did they run out?
Karen Basura can. Yeah. Look at these boys. He says, all the construction workers voted for me. And he talks about where these boys came from.
You have some of these construction workers that I love. I love because they all voted for me. I would say 100% or 99. I think 100%. 100. I think about 100. Can we get those guys over here so they're not standing?
My president loves his blue-collar boys.
I'll show you over there. There's no way I'm leaving you out there, fellas. So who didn't vote for Trump? Anybody? Huh? Thank you. I think we're from Oklahoma. I would say that's right.
We're from Oklahoma.
We love you guys. We just said, you agree, Iran cannot have...
Yes, sir.
I love that guy.
Did you know they're...
Are you from Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
So Trump won Oklahoma 77 counties.
Yes, sir.
I won all 77, right?
Yeah.
He just knows off the cuff that Oklahoma has 77 counties.
I won it in a landslide, like the election. But you know who second was? Ronald Reagan was at 56. I was at 77. And by the way, you have a very good basketball team.
Yes, sir.
I was watching the other night. But I may try and come to one of those games. I like your basketball team. These guys are fantastic. So they're doing...
My president's a ball knower too, man. Like, he's got George Washington standing next to him. He's got the absolute hunk of meat, Tom Homan, behind him. Just a total gathering of patriots here. Beautiful, beautiful scenes. He just rattles off, 77 counties in Oklahoma. I won all of them. Ronald Reagan was second most. He won 56. Oh, and also the Oklahoma basketball team is great. The man's 80 years old. So there's lots of, speaking of Tom Homan, there's lots of people who are dooming out. It's their regular scheduled troon out session about amnesty because they saw a breaking slop headline on their For You page and decided they need to crash out again because Tom Homan says amnesty is coming. And so here's Tom Homan directly addressing that.
Something to the effect of there are cabinet members talking to the president about that. I believe I've characterized that exchange accurately. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I'm curious about is what you mean. Are there people in the cabinet advocating for amnesty?
You characterize talking points are taken out of context. That interview, we opened the interview when we're talking about policies, talking about where do we go from here, right? Because President Trump did executive orders, had the most secure border ever in Trump 45. President Biden came in, undid it all through executive order. President Trump came back in through executive order. Now we have the most secure border ever in history of this nation. My first comment was...
So true. Thank you, Mr. President, for the most secure border in the history of the nation.
We need congressional action to solidify this and enshrine this into law so the next president doesn't come in and undo it all again through executive order. When we're talking about the non-criminal people being there ever, I said discussions are ongoing all the time. For instance, just recently there's been discussion about the Dignified Act that some members of Congress are pushing. There's always conversations going on, but let me tell you this, and I mean this. President Trump's been clear from day one. Amnesty's off the table. He don't support amnesty in any form, either do I.
Can it get more explicit than that? Amnesty is off the table. President Trump does not support amnesty in any form, and neither do I. You see how the conversation happened here? The conversation went, President Trump closed the border via executive order. Biden opened it via executive order. We need Congress to close the border permanently so we don't keep doing this ping pong thing. And in the context of the conversation about getting Congress to close the border, you have members of Congress who are trying to make contingent, they're trying to put strings on closing the border. They're saying, yes, we will give you your closed border, but we want amnesty in return for the closed border. So we want to close it down and keep everybody in here. That's the fight that's happening right now. And so he's saying, yes, there are conversations about amnesty happening because fucking Congress won't act until we give them amnesty. And we've been clear, amnesty is not an option. Amnesty is off the table. So every single one of you dumb chuckle fucks out there who keeps chimping out about amnesty, directed at Congress. Directed at the fucking rhinos that Trump is currently primarying. Maybe get involved in that. Never listen to a panickin. So true, Slutty Milk. Or Nevsky, not Slutty Milk. Slutty Milk says it too. Interstate Juche said amazing how just yesterday Stephen Miller had announced that they'd arrested 3,000 people a day for a week straight, and people really thought the admin was shooting for amnesty. If you believed that, you're a mark. You're not cut out for this. It was this gay feminine thing where they're like, oh, well, when he was asked about it, Stephen Miller said he tried to change the subject, so that means he's actually hiding his true intentions, that he wants amnesty. Despite the fact that he keeps saying no amnesty, no amnesty, no amnesty, he's saying that because actually he wants it. Because I'm a fucking paranoid schizophrenic. Shout out to Living Dead for getting this story on my radar. PBS just did a story on immigration in trucking. This guy from Waste Management is not happy with the changes. And if you read between the lines, as Living Dead here said, Patriot Spotted, go follow him at XLivingDead on X. He says, the company that was started explicitly on the premise of legitimizing laundered mafia money is upset that they might have to change their practices because they aren't actually operating the best interests of the country they've exploited. Color me surprised. Sean Duffy is going to war with the mob. Here's a video from PBS talking about this particular issue. To all the people who are saying that Trump is cucking out on deportations, Trump doesn't care about the problem of illegals, they're not doing anything about it. Listen to this.
In March, some 200,000 immigrants began losing their commercial driver's licenses, which are required to operate large vehicles like semi-trucks, buses, and tractor-trailers. It's part of a series of moves by the Trump administration to limit who can drive those vehicles after some high-profile crashes involving foreign-born drivers. Lisa Desjardins is back now with the story.
As the backbone of America, everybody needs our goods.
For over a decade, come rain or shine, Minor Solares of Portland, Oregon, drove a semi-truck across the western U.S. But suddenly, he has to end that career, and with it, the main source of income for his family of 5.
When I first heard of it, my heart started racing. I feared for the worst. As soon as I heard it, I was like, hey, I'm gonna lose my license. I'm not gonna be able to renew.
In March, a Trump administration rule took effect, barring some groups of immigrants with temporary status, including DACA recipients like Solares, from getting or renewing their commercial driver's licenses, citing a handful.
Remember how we were being told just recently that Trump is pro-DACA? Yeah, here he is driving a DACA recipient into unemployment.
Of fatal crashes involving immigrant truckers, the rule also applies to refugees and asylum seekers. Solares was brought to the U.S. illegally from Guatemala when he was 2 years old. At 14, he enrolled in DACA, which allowed him to legally work in the U.S., ultimately owning his own trucks.
I love the job.
He's driven for 12 years, but late last month, his license expired, and due to the new rule, he can't renew it.
They use the word safety. You're using it as a disguise. I believe your intentions are different, and safety could be one of them, but you're using that more of a playing card more than reality of what you're really trying to do. I think they're trying to push their immigration agenda into the trucking industry.
In the final rule, the Trump administration cited 17 fatal trucking accidents in 2025 it says were likely caused by non-citizen truck drivers. But that is less than 1% of the fatal crashes caused by truckers each year. That one group of cases, though, have become...
Oh, they only killed a small percentage of the total number killed. Why do we care about those people? Who cares? Who cares that they died? Who cares about those individual people who died? There was lots of other people who died as well. Just let those people die. It's fine.
Become major headlines.
3 people were killed when a semi-truck driven by an illegal immigrant plowed into traffic.
We do have new details after an undocumented migrant truck driver was charged with causing a crash.
An illegal immigrant truck driver suspected in a crash.
We have people on the roads that aren't safe, that aren't qualified, that should never have a driver's license.
But the drivers lose.
You see, here's the thing. People will say, oh, well, you have actual citizens who cause accidents and kill people as well. Yeah, you do. Yep, that's going to happen. The difference, there is a difference here. The difference is that those people should not have been there to cause that in the first place. These are separate problems. The illegal immigrant who kills someone should not have been here in the first place. There's a separate way for dealing with the Americans who kill people. And it just so happens that my president is dealing with them as well. But the illegal immigrant who kills someone should not have been here to even have that opportunity in the first place. Which makes it that much worse.
Losing their licenses have met current requirements for qualification. This is part of a broader effort to limit who can drive trucks in the U.S. Trump ordered more penalties for truck drivers who aren't English proficient.
The government cannot absolutely prohibit people from killing other people. What the government can prohibit is illegal immigrants killing people. By keeping them not here. By removing them when they are here. Not letting them in here in the first place. That is an explicit failure by federal, state, and local governments.
Even though that is already a requirement. And during the State of the Union, Trump urged Congress to pass a road safety law going further, immediately revoking all trucking licenses from most drivers with temporary status, a law named after a little girl.
Delilah Colton was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien.
In the balcony, Delilah smiled in the arms of her dad. She's relearning how to walk, and after seeing his daughter nearly die from the crash, Marcus Coleman is on a mission.
This little girl sitting here. Who cares? Who cares she was put into that state? There's American citizens that have put little girls into this sort of state, so we should just let illegals do it too. So many people need to be hanged from lampstands.
Marcus Coleman is on a mission.
It's taken a toll on us in every which way possible.
Homan is pushing for a number of changes on the highways, including the blocking of some immigrants from driving trucks. There is no evidence that immigration status directly connects to driver safety. But Coleman says the statistics don't show the impact on people like him and Delilah.
I think
there's no evidence that it impacts driver safety. How about the evidence that the illegal immigrants who kill people have a direct connection? Because they're illegal immigrants who kill people. That is the connection. You don't need more data than that.
17 accidents, even if it's out of, 100,000, is 17 too many. I see the significance in the number. Every single person who's been impacted by this, we see the significance. We are that small number. And there's starting to become enough of us.
Every crash resulting in fatality or serious injury is a tragedy.
Wendy Liu is
Oh, good. I'm glad we have Wendy Liu on the case here. I'm sure she doesn't have any ulterior motives.
Attorney at Public Citizen Litigation Group and is leading a lawsuit against the Department of Transportation rule, saying it is harmful, not helpful.
There is no data to support the notion that immigrant status has anything to do with whether somebody is a safer driver. Requirements to get these licenses are extensive. If the issue is that states are improperly issuing licenses to people who don't meet those requirements, then the right response is to tighten the administrative steps to make sure that licenses are not going to people who don't meet the requirements. It's not to impose this blanket wholesale exclusion on documented immigrants.
In other words, the White House should look at issues in the overall system.
I don't know what where are my lawyers at? There's got to be some sort of, there's a conflict of interest here. If you have Americans, people who have American citizenship, who are being paid to sue the American government on behalf of non-Americans. How do they even have standing? You should have to, if you have American citizenship and you're going to represent non-Americans against the American government, you should be required to revoke your citizenship. Go. We'll facilitate it for you. We will pay you. We will waive the fees. If you're going to do this, you're revoking American citizenship. You could still get paid for it. You could do whatever. You'd be a foreigner. Be a foreigner. Go sue us in world court. And go call the world police to enforce it.
Even supporters of this rule see that, like Louis Pugh with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, a group of truck drivers and small trucking companies. He is concerned about recent immigrants.
We don't have any history on what these folks' driving ability is.
And likes this new rule for that reason. But he says this does not address a far larger problem.
Yes, bingo, Slutty Milk. Oh, wait a second. We are the world police. Why don't you just shut the fuck up then?
Trucker training and so-called licensed mills that approve new drivers easily.
In the state of Missouri, it takes over 1,600 hours of training to be a barber. But yet to drive a truck, I mean, it's a matter of you got to pass a test and drive around some cones and you're a truck driver. I don't know anybody dies from a bad haircut.
Drive around some coons. We're driving around coons to get a CDL now? What kind of accent is this?
Truck driver. I don't know anybody dies from a bad haircut, but lots of people can die from an ill-trained bad truck driver. So that's why we need to make sure these people are trained correctly, understand the rules of the road, and that's what we need to be working toward.
Improving safety on our nation's roadways.
There are clear federal standards for training commercial drivers, but late last year, the government found more than 40% of all trucking schools may not be following the federal regulations.
This rule that lumps people into buckets based on where they're born or what their immigration status is, isn't really getting to the root of the cause.
Bill Jones is a divisional vice president at the waste and recycling collection company Waste Pro, and this rule threatens the workforce his company has spent years and dollars to train right.
I think long-term, the biggest concern is that this rule reduces the available pool of talented and safe drivers in an already difficult work environment. And allegedly it is focused on safety, but I've got people that have driven free for 15, 20 years, been safe, won all sorts of safety awards with the company, and suddenly they can't drive. So I'm not sure it's really safety.
In California.
Oh, they've been safe, so we're just going to reward them with citizenship because they've been safe. Not even that. We're not going to reward them with citizenship. We're just going to let them be here or whatever. There's lots of... The only way that this sort of thing has been able to happen is because of Americans who have facilitated it to actually make it happen.
California, Delilah Coleman faces lifelong therapy. Marcus Coleman understands the politics here.
Oh, and what's that? Like it reduces the available labor pool? You mean it opens up job opportunities for Americans? You mean it creates upward wage pressure for Americans? That's what you're telling me? This is a bad thing? How about you thank the good Lord that you don't get hung from an overpass?
And banning DACA recipients gives him pause, that he won't risk political momentum by separating them out.
I feel bad for their situation. I honestly do. I don't want Delilah's law to go against DACA. At the same time, I can't include DACA in Delilah's law. It would misrepresent what it is that it's going for.
Back in Portland, Oregon, all this has left DACA recipient Solares in a mechanic's job that pays less than a third of what he made driving trucks. Not enough to cover the bills.
I think just generalizing everybody that's not a United States citizen isn't the right move. I'm American, you could say, at heart, and in my mind, there's all I've known in the United States. Paperwork, immigration status is the only thing that's making me look different than everybody else here.
And just that status, not his driving record, means he is one longtime safe driver being forced off the road. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins.
DACA recipients make up about 20% of drivers affected by the DOT's rule, which is an estimated 42,000 drivers. There are 42,000 DACA recipients driving trucks. And, I gotta say, the majority of Americans are going to look at a case of someone like this guy, and who was brought to the United States at the age of 2, and so he's brought to the United States at the age of 2. Then he is offered a program by the federal government to stay here and have legal work status. So this isn't a problem that is easy to solve, frankly. When you're taking in all the different political power centers that are involved in it, as well as the general public, because a huge majority of the general public is going to look at a case of someone like this guy brought here when he was 2, was offered a program to stay here when he was a teenager by the federal government, and they'll say, oh, if we're going to turn around and just throw him out to a country he's never been to that he doesn't have any connection to, this seems unreasonable. And I'm sympathetic to that. But where are you going to draw this line? Where are you going to say when he was brought here when he was 2? When he was 8? When he was 12? When he was 18? Where do you cut it off? And it's a problem that it compounds the longer that it goes. So like it has to be stopped somewhere. And so maybe it's that these people have to leave the country. They have to leave the country, and they have to figure out some way to come through and enter the country legally. And I'm sure that something like that is going to wind up happening. I don't have the expectation that people like this, I just don't think that it's politically feasible that people like this are 100% going to be removed from the country. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that you're ever going to get sufficient support for something like that happening. But, you know, where are you going to cut it off? You have to cut it off somewhere. So why not just cut it off with literally everyone who doesn't have legal status has to leave the country? And if they do it voluntarily, if they don't have to be arrested and forced out, then they have the option of taking however many years it takes to apply for citizenship through the new, much more narrowed, constrained standards. And if they get through that and come back in, because there's not going to be a complete elimination of immigration. There's always going to be people who are coming in. So sure, if they're going to leave the country, but if they don't leave the country voluntarily, if they have to be arrested to be removed from the country, then they're banned. They can never come back. Here's another interesting headline. The State Department, this is from Brianna Morello. The State Department will begin revoking passports starting Friday for thousands of parents who owe significant unpaid child support. It will first target about 2,700 passport holders who owe $100,000 or more, then expand to those owing more than 2,500 under a 1996 law, notifying affected individuals and requiring them to resolve their debts before reapplying for travel documents. This is a... There's got to be some sort of a joke here about like hantavirus and hantavirus and the Carnival Cruise, and this is a way of like you're not going to leave the country on a cruise to go bring a hantavirus back here because you've got your unpaid child support. Kate says, well, you can't get on your Carnival cruise ship because you owe child support to your baby mama, right? Another thing here from Prowler. The guy's I said this on Twitter yesterday. He is the most criminally underfollowed account on X and on Telegram. Where is he at on Telegram right now? What's he up to? 2,155 subscribers. Go follow t.me/practicalpolitics on Telegram. When you go over there when you go to t.me/kingpilled, also go to t.me/practicalpolitics and follow an appeal to pragmatism, and then follow at Durzum _ on X. Just a nonstop fire hose of white pills. He says, an overview of President Trump's efforts against 3 main threats: cartels, radical Islam, and the left. From the fraud enforcement to urban crime crackdowns, federal purges and terrorist designations, NGO cuts and programs shut, the admin is kneecapping all 3 here and abroad. And he put together a helpful little graphic to see the full breakdown on all of this. So Trump's growing counter-terrorism machine. There's 3 targets, 22 foreign terrorist organization designations. Pillar 1, you have Latin cartels and narco-terror. There's 13 FTO designations and 310 plus TDA arrests by the FBI alone. There's these different military and strike ops that have been undertaken. Operation Southern Spear, the Homeland Security Task Force. They had a September surge where they arrested 3,226, seized over 200,000 pounds of drugs and over 1,000 firearms. And then domestic enforcement, they have Mexican mafia and kingpin arrests, SoCal dismantled, Sinaloa leadership in custody, 3 FBI top 10 most wanted apprehended, 6,000 plus immigration-related FBI arrests, 136 MS-13 arrests since inauguration, and 1,780 plus state and local 287G agreements as of May 2026, up from about 140 in January of 2025. So that's just on Latin cartels and narco terror. Pillar 2 is Islamist terrorism. You have 9 foreign terrorist organization designations, 2,000 plus Houthi targets struck. You have the Houthis neutralized. You have the Iran threat diminishing. You have the Ayatollah killed. ISIS dismantled further. Operation Hawkeye Strike in December of 2025 hit the Syria remnants, coordinated with Jordan. You've got Somali pirates crippled. Piracy dramatically reduced. And then you've got Nigeria strike ops, which was retaliation for anti-Christian violence. Those operations were expanded in 2025. Then you've got Pillar 3, the radical left. 4 plus anarchist FTO designations and 66 international organizations exited. The counterterrorism strategy and Antifa. They're mapping out Antifa. Anarchist, anti-white, anti-Christian, and pro-trans groups are being cataloged. Funding and international ties are being identified. The Antifa network, European and domestic affiliates were designated FTOs in November. And then dismantling the left's infrastructure. USAID shuttered. 90% plus of the contracts terminated. Globalist NGO pipelines cut. 650 plus protesters and ICE obstruction activists charged. Transgender policies reversed across passports, prisons, and military. And then federal purges. FBI agents who persecuted Trump and conservatives were fired. 100 plus immigration judges were removed. And record federal workforce decline. Then you've got the fraud and election integrity. You've got the National Fraud Enforcement Division, 400 plus hospices suspended in LA, and 22 plus raids in Minnesota. Those are both ongoing. SCOTUS guts the Voting Rights Act. DOJ sues 30 states for voter rolls. The mail-in voting executive order, redistricting push, and Fairfax County is under DOJ investigation. You have 8,500, what is this here? City task forces, excluding ICE arrests. 8,500 plus from the Memphis Safe Task Force, and 11,756 from the Make DC Safe and Beautiful. That's like, what do we have? We have like over 22,000 arrests just in those alone. Great little graphic to share around with people. Again, that was an overview of President Trump's efforts against 3 main threats: cartels, radical Islam, and the left. He says, what ties Cuba, Venezuela, Somalia, Minnesota, Mexico, LA, Iran, Antifa, Democrat Party, or global charity is terrorism and mass migration. So Trump's foreign and domestic policy aligns to hit these core points, especially the high focus on fraud, whether in elections or economy. Election fraud, federal benefits fraud, all kinds of fraud. Now, you're telling me that mass migration and terrorism are things that are funded and organized by global Jewry. And global Jewry is also behind President Trump. They're the ones who are who have put him into power, who have co-opted him, deceived him into pursuing all of their agendas. So how does this work? I need someone to lay this out for me. How does it work that the tools that they use against us are terrorism and mass migration? Those are the tools they're using to break down our sovereignty and bankrupt us and impoverish us and rob from us to fund all of their schemes. And Trump is attacking those things head on, decimating them like we've never seen in our lives. And that's to ultimately serve their ends of terrorism and mass migration. What am I missing here? How do we reconcile these things? They're trying to kill him. They're killing his close political allies so that they can continue to support his effort to attack and defund and undermine all of their mass migration and terrorism schemes. That you're telling me that's your worldview, and I'm supposed to take you seriously? How about some John 10? Here, John Doyle does a masterful job refuting the outright falsehoods of people, claiming that Trump is accelerating immigration via H-1B and refugees, both of which are laughably false. Anyone spreading those claims is intentionally lying. And producer Blake here says, being based isn't an excuse for you to lie about everything. Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson. He said in a recent interview that legal immigration was actually accelerating under Trump. Okay, so Tucker Carlson identifies the H-1B program. He identifies refugee resettlements. He's saying these are things that are actually accelerating under Donald Trump's administration, which is going to cancel out any huge gains that we've made on illegal immigration. Okay, that's an interesting point. He's saying, look, everything Trump ran on in terms of immigration, he may be doing it in terms of illegal immigration. However, what they're trying to distract you from is legal immigration. H-1Bs, refugee resettlements, all of that was supposed to stop. It's not. It's actually accelerating. That might be alarming if you hear that for the first time. Problem is, that is objectively not true. In the first 8 months of 2025, there was a decrease in H-1Bs of like 250,000, actually. H-1B visas declined by 20% at least. The entire process has been thrown into disarray, which is obviously by design of the Trump administration. That is quite intentional. The refugee resettlement thing, that is actually more wrong than even the first one, because refugee resettlement, or refugee admissions rather, are down by 94%. And pretty much all remaining slots in the Trump administration are literally reserved for white South Africans, Afrikaners. This was a fantasy of the right 10 years ago. Now it is happening. So rather than accelerating legal immigration, the Trump administration is actually probably more hostile to legal immigration than any administration in the past, 100 years? That is a matter of fact. When we get into the weeds, that is what we find.
And it is. This is, if you've been following the Lab for any amount of time, it's abundantly clear as a matter of objective fact that the Trump administration is more hostile to legal and illegal immigration and has done more on both of those fronts than has happened in recent memory and the time that any person who is alive today was alive. Is there more to be done? Yes. They're constantly telling us about how there's more to be done. Like, for example, getting Trump's executive orders enshrined by Congress. So it would be really useful if all these people with big platforms were constantly dragging the obstinate Congress members through the mud and forcing them, putting them under massive political pressure, humiliating them into signing off on all of these things that Trump has already done shorthandedly, because there's only so much that the executive can actually do. Instead, we get these people with large platforms just straight up lying. It's not like these are matters of opinion. They're literally just straight up lies. Anti-factual. And they've got large audiences of people who hear them, who trust them. And they're like, well, this guy, there's no way that Tucker Carlson would be just straight up lying to me about things. There's no way that insert favorite podcaster or internet poster would just make something up out of whole cloth and just straight up lie to me to depress me and agitate me and fill me with resentfulness. There's no way that they would be doing that. So I'm just going to trust them. And as time goes on, these lies keep stacking up and keep stacking up and keep stacking up until it gets to the point where the narrative has gained so much steam that it seems absurd to suggest that it's not true. What, you mean you're telling me that all of these people are just lying to me? Yes. Yes, they are just lying to you. Every single one of your favorite Twitter posters or podcasters or Substackers or a radio host or whoever it is, every single one of them who's telling you that Trump is cucking out on mass deportations is lying to you.
So a lot of people are going to ignore that what Tucker said about the Trump administration was clearly not true. And they'll say, well, look, at the end of the day, was he or was he not making a based point? Was he or was he not reminding everybody that legal immigration is just as much of a problem as illegal immigration, maybe even more?
And this is such a great point that John makes here. Like, this is the sort of I don't know, like Texas two-step that they're doing, where they might realize that, okay, I was just lying. Or if you're talking about someone who's like an audience, someone who listens to them, whatever, says, oh yeah, well, the person who was telling me that was just lying, but it's okay. It's like a useful lie.
That's a talking point that's been around for a very long time. I understand it's baby's first red pill. It's the only toy we want to play with. It's fresh out of the box for some of us. And it's true, and I agree with it. And it used to be not very popular to be skeptical of legal immigration. There used to be consequences for that. Now that's no longer the case. So even if a general point is true, you should always question why someone would feel the need to back it up by saying things that definitely aren't true. There are plenty of true things to say, and actually, people are in pretty short supply of hearing true things. So why would you not opt for that?
Yes, so true. So true, Patriot Doyle. Why would you not just say the things that are true? Why do you need to, make up so-called convenient lies for some reason? Like what? There's lots of true things that can be said. Like, the second Trump administration is the most immigration restrictionist administration of all time, and we need to have Congress act to ensure that this continues, and we need to ensure that Republicans build up larger majorities in every legislature in the country, and we need to ensure that whoever comes after Trump follows in Trump's footsteps and continues the process. Those are very true things that are very important to say. And it's very strange to me that someone might opt to not say those things. Why would that be? Why would you think that you shouldn't say those things?
And I'm sure that if you brought up like the H-1B visa thing, if said, hey, they're actually declining, refugee admissions are actually dropping sharply, believe it or not, the only people they're going to are white South Africans, these people would just come back at you with some other thing. Well, what about this visa thing? What about this one bad quote? Remember the Trump gold card? Selling out our country to the highest bidder? Remember that? The Trump gold card last year? One of those was approved. People freaked out. One of those was approved. So it's always going to be something. It might be true, it might not, but it's always going to be something. And after a certain number of lies, the actual topic stops being the point. It's just tribal e-celeb warfare.
And you know what's really funny about that Trump gold card?
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Money talk. Here comes the money.
Ozzy Sting.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar.
Alpha male alert.
You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Pita tiru yadai suchi da sunyiga haru hiteru.
Does anybody know what that says? Ozzy C just bought his King Pilled gold card right in time. Does anyone know what that means? I just translated it. Does anybody here speak Japanese? I assume that's Japanese. Yeah. Anyone? Going once, going twice. Okay, here. Nematoder says he speaks it. This is funny. I'll paste it here. The mod, Skrudovnevsky said, hire Hitler! And the AI mod got it. Hire Hitler! Nematoder, can you read that? Can you tell what it says? What did the Ching Chong hell is this? No, that's the Japs, not the Ching Chongs. I'll give it a second here and see if he can translate it. So I got parts of it. It says, I love Peter Thiel. Thank you, Ozzy Steen. Getting us up to $800. We have doubled the goal. We have doubled the goal today. $800, so $80. We are now at a minimum of $80 that is going to go to some lucky winner who goes over to forum.kingpilled.com and just give me your something to call you and a way to contact you directly. We've had some new responses that have come in. Odds are still pretty good, so we will do a drawing at the end of the stream here. 10% of the total goal is going to go, or the total tip take, 10% of it will go to a lucky winner. Thank you, Ozzy Steen, you absolute patriot. All right, now we got to get to 1488. I'd be very happy. Amy would be very happy if we got to 1488. Is that possible? Are we going to set a record? We're already pretty close. We're pretty close. The record day was the show is everything day. When I told that story, you guys absolutely blew it out. Okay. Oh man, why is it doing this to me? All right, now I've got some clips here of Tucker and Megyn Kelly and Tucker and Thomas Massie. And I've got some fire breathing from producer Blake and Tom Luongo. I got a little anecdote about Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're kind of do the whole we're going to do the whole retard right thing here today. And I've held off on this. It doesn't make me happy. I am not enthused about this. In fact, I'm rather depressed about it, which is part of the reason why I've avoided it. But I feel like I spent so much time shining Tucker's shoes on the show here that it would be weird if I just completely avoided it and never talked about it. So we're going to talk about it here today. But before I do that, I need to take a brief break, in part to go to the bathroom, and also so that I need to give my voice a little break. It's good to have just a brief intermission so that my voice doesn't start going out on me by the time I get toward the end of the show. So I got a bunch more for you guys here today, but I'm going to do a brief intermission, give you guys a little EWBSX, and then we shall continue.
I don't deserve you unless it's some kind of hidden message to show me life is precious, and I guess it's true. But to tell the truth, I really never knew till I met you. See, I was lost and confused, twisted and used. I knew a better life existed, but thought that I missed my lifestyle. Wow, I was living like a wild child, trapped on a short leash, parole to police files. So yo, what's happening now? I see the sun breaking down into dark clouds, and a vision of you standing out in the crowd. So come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby, I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby, I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Hey sugar mama, come and dance with me. The smartest thing you ever did was take a chance with me. Whatever tickles your fancy, girls, me and you like Sid and Nancy. So sexy, almost evil, talking about butterflies in my head. I used to think that happy endings were only in the books I read, but you made me feel alive when I was almost dead. You filled that empty space with the love I used to chase, and as far as I can see, it don't get better than this. So butterfly, here is a song, and it's sealed with a kiss and a thank you, miss. Come and dance with me, come and dance with me, come and dance with me. Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby, I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby, I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby, I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come my lady, come my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, you're my pretty baby, I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come and dance with me, come and dance with me. Come and dance with me, come and dance with me. Come and dance with me, come and dance with me. Come and dance with me, come and dance with me. Come and dance with me.
EWBSX the Cyberbully. You're not in trouble at all.
Jolene, I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Please don't take him just because you can.
Attention, this is a public service announcement from the Global Gooning Promotion Department. Remember, hit your scrolling quota by the end of the day. That is all. Thank you.
Counted back from 20 Mississippi. I let the chips fall as they very well put. And by the time I even spoke my name, it was already too late, and I know that you're ready. You'll miss her. You'll miss her. You'll miss her. Oh, no. And by the time I get late, heaven comes and heaven goes away. This is a fight. It's a fight. Hold on to the voices in your head. Standing up under the weight of it all, and I'm hoping they see me soon after the storm. But then hope is a four-letter word that I wrote on my fingers when nothing else even came close. Woo! You'll miss us. You'll miss us. You'll miss us. I know. I'm restless. Yeah, but I'm making it out. So stand up and make a sound. Stand alone. Yeah, but I'm making it out. Yeah, stand up and make a sound. I feel like everybody else is gone. I could have been anyone from anywhere, but I chose to be me from right here. I could have been anyone from anywhere, but I chose to be me from right here. And I could have been anyone from anywhere, but I chose to be me from right here. And I could have been anyone from anywhere, but I chose to be me from right here. And I could have been anyone from anywhere, but I chose to be myself from right here.
Cleanse your mind from anger, remembrance of evil, and shameful thoughts, and then you will find out how Christ dwells in you. St. Maximus the Confessor. Remember that after temptations follows spiritual joy, and the Lord watches over those who endure temptations and sufferings for the sake of his love. So don't lose heart and don't be afraid. The path leading to perfection is long. Pray to God so that he will strengthen you. patiently accept your falls, and having stood up, immediately run to God, not remaining in that place where you have fallen. Do not despair if you keep falling into your old sins. Many of them are strong because they have received the force of habit. Only with the passage of time and with fervor will they be conquered. Don't let anything deprive you of hope. St. Nectarius of Aegina.
EWBSX, the cyberbully. Nicotine for your ears.
Don't write yourself off yet. It's only in your head you feel left out or looked down on. Just try your best. Try everything you can. And don't you worry what they tell themselves when you're away. It just takes some time, little girl. You're in a little out the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. Hey, you know they're all the same. You know you're doing better on your own. So don't buy in. Live right now. Yeah, just be yourself. It doesn't matter if it's good enough for someone else. It just takes some time, little girl. You're in a little out the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. It just takes some time, little girl. You're in a little out the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. Don't write yourself off yet. It's only in your head you feel left out or looked down on. Just do your best. Do everything you can. And don't you worry what their bitter hearts are gonna say. It just takes some time, little girl. You're in a little out the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright, alright. It just takes some time, little girl. You're in a little out the right. Everything will be just fine. Everything will be alright.
The New World Order is going to take everything you got. They're going to take your children's soul. Are you going to keep bowing down to these people? Everything they do is poison. Everything they do is designed to destroy you. And you got to decide, I'm not owned by the devil. I'm not owned by the New World Order. It's a pack of criminals, and everybody knows it. And that's why the enemy hates me so much. That's why they hate you so much, because they know we're real. They know we love God. They know we tell the truth. When it comes to serving evil, we don't do it. And we stand against it. What matters is your freedom. What matters is your integrity. What matters is who you are, and that you're not for sale, ever. And I don't know how this is going to end, but if you want to fight, you better believe you got one.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
What do we need to do to get that Alex Jones back, man? Where is he? Alex, blink 3 times. Let us know. Let us know. We'll send in SEAL Team 6 to rescue you. Maybe the Onion's impression isn't that far off. Yeah. I forgot to mention yesterday, I played that clip of Asmongold reacting to the old Onion video, and I forgot to even say the thing that I was going to say with it, I think, but it was basically that, like, this is 15 years ago or something like that. These are the sorts of jokes that the Onion was making. So, like, yeah, over a period of a few years, suddenly you couldn't make these sorts of jokes on the internet, but within recent living memory, the fucking Onion was making these kinds of things. You're not like breaking new ground when you obsessively talk about the Jews on the internet all the time, making references to the Jews and the merchants and the grabblers, and like, it's funny. It's definitely funny to talk about, but you're not some like special groundbreaking edgy boy because you actually talk about the Jews on the internet. Anyways, I also remembered that when Ozzy Steen's alpha male alert came in, the thing I was about to say is you're talking about that gold card. They only sold 1 gold card. And do you know who that 1 gold card went to? We know who the person is who got that 1 gold card. It was Nicki Minaj. So here's the other thing. Like, there's lots of people who really don't trust Howard Lutnick, don't like him. And I would say that I like him, but I don't trust him. And he was the one who was out there like pimping out, this is going to be the best thing. Look at all this revenue that's going to be raised by it. Which is like, okay, if there's people are going to come, like, give them that pathway. They can come through that, and it's like a win-win. But if you don't like Howard Lutnick, well, his big thing that he like staked his reputation on totally crashed and burned. So if you know Donald Trump, I mean, Trump and Lutnick have been friends for a long time, so it's not like having that thing crash and burn is gonna put Lutnick on Trump's bad side. But like, clearly Lutnick is not this like master manipulator behind the scenes who's making all these sorts of things happen. Because that big initiative has completely face planted, it appears, which is whoop-de-doo. Okay, cool. There's nobody who wants to pay $1 million or whatever to get this special visa for the country. Sounds good to me. Stay away. I believe the application was $1 million. I don't think you paid after the application. I think you had to pay $1 million just to apply. But I could be wrong. Amy said, just gave Eastwood a 790-piece Lego box my aunt sent him. So I'm ready for the second half of the show, baby. She says he was so happy. I can't even describe how happy I am, he said. He's rebuilding Artemis 2 from memory and then wants to reenact Splashdown in the bathtub. So I told him that afterwards, when I was coming up to do the show, he said he wanted to show me a Splashdown. And I said, there's like three minutes before the show is supposed to start, and he can't show anything in 3 minutes. So I was like, I promised him, as soon as the show is done, I'm going to go down there and see the Splashdown. UFO files just dropped. Oh boy. Well, I guess I have next week's show material prepared. I've already got a bunch of stuff for next week already. Reminder, tomorrow, Saturday, Pseudowave. make sure you show up for that. It's going to be a good one. Real quick here, before I talk about the Tucker thing, I saw that Slutty Milk had dropped something in the chat earlier. And from Appeal to Pragmatism, he says, while state Republicans are leading a redistricting fight against Democrats, the Trump DOJ has filed dozens of election-related lawsuits against 30 states and several cities to go after fraud and audit their voter data. Thank you, Pam Bondi. This is shaping up to be a nationwide purification process which could unseat and disenfranchise the left in many ways, thanks to President Trump's 2024 win. Here's where the voter roll... Oh, so I can't open the actual dealio here? Okay. Where voter roll data requests stand. The Federal Department of Justice has filed lawsuits against dozens of states in an effort to obtain state voter registration data. Here is the map. The blue is the states that willingly provided their data. So it's basically Illinois willingly provided theirs, but basically all red states that provided theirs. The green is ongoing litigation. The what is this, like kind of like a seafoam green? Litigation was dismissed, so it looks like that was Massachusetts, and it's not big enough for me to see. I think is that Rhode Island right there? I don't know my northeast maps well enough, but I think Massachusetts and Arizona. And then yellow is ongoing appeals. Red is other. I'm not sure what other is. But he says settlements in Oklahoma and North Carolina have been reached, while officials in North Dakota have discussed an agreement and no lawsuit there has been filed. In Iowa, the Justice Department asked the state to sign a memorandum giving it unredacted access to statewide lists. The state has refused. Alabama officials, so here's the others. Alabama officials did not respond to an inquiry about where the DOJ's request stands, and there's ongoing litigation in Washington, D.C. So the Department of Justice has asked state officials to provide voter names, dates of birth, residential addresses, driver's licenses, and Social Security data. They've sued secretaries of state, elections commissions, and boards of elections around the country in their efforts to get this information that they say will be used to look into any potential, quote, voter list maintenance issues, insufficiencies, inadequacies, deficiencies, anomalies, or concerns. So almost guaranteed what's going to happen. You got all these initiatives is another thing to keep in mind when you're talking about the midterms, the actual elections when they happen. This is another factor that's going to play into it. So in some states, the steal is going to become basically impossible, which is going to narrow it down on specific regions. And each region is going to kind of have its own situation where they do or don't have infrastructure and stuff in place already. There's going to be an ongoing fight. And if it winds up being tight, then when we are going into like ending 2026, entering into 2027, there may be the very interesting situation where you have the Trump DOJ having to investigate and prosecute and pursue these sorts of leads to determine races that are like up in the air. And there's going to be there's a potential for a real major flashpoint there. Now, I suspect like what happened in 2024 is that it became clear that Republicans had majorities, and then the count was dragged out in a number of places. And so the Republicans wound up with less of a majority than they would have otherwise. But they did have a majority, so some of the institutional fervor wasn't there to really pursue these things. And then the Biden administration had been there for 4 years, and so they didn't necessarily have the infrastructure in place to be able to really chase down some of these things. So they've been building up these investigations and everything in the meantime, which should leave them in a better place there. But I can just like this is part of the reason why the whole retard right Spurgout thing is actually a potential problem, because by the time that rolls around, we're talking about essentially a fight to the death for Democrats. And it's going to require what the Trump administration is actually able to successfully prosecute is going to be affected by public opinion. It's going to be affected by public narratives. You saw that we've had a win in hindsight with what's happened with Indiana, but part of the reason why those Republicans felt comfortable voting against the redistricting thing is because they were like, well, we won't actually experience consequences for this. Now they have, but part of the reason, one of the factors that contributed to them feeling like we're not going to experience consequences for this is Trump can't keep his coalition together, and he's going to eventually lose elections, and we're just going to be fine. That cannot be the case. They cannot feel that way. There has to be a full court press that makes it completely abundantly clear to anybody who doesn't want to play ball with this that you are now incurring major liability for yourself. Maybe just liability for your career, maybe legal liability. You know, people are totally willing to participate in fraud schemes to the extent that they know that they are. Because there's plenty of people who are just kind of like poll workers and stuff who are just doing what they've been instructed to do, and they're not necessarily aware that they're complicit in some kind of fraud scheme. But the public perception of Trump's grip on power and his political momentum plays if not a determining role, at least an influential role in what the Trump administration can actually accomplish. So, like, if you are not enthused with what they've done so far, then actually what would make sense is to give them even more political capital so that they can actually accomplish more. If you're like, oh, I was optimistic, but they just haven't accomplished what I wanted to, it's been so much less, and it seems like Democrats are just going to take control again and undo all of it. Like, if you're someone that feels that way, then the prudent political angle to take is throw your support behind him even more. Vote for Republicans even harder. Drive even more momentum behind the MAGA agenda, because that actually can play a tangible role in determining at the ground level what can and cannot be done. And sometimes that may be them having the political capital to actually go chase things down or prosecute things or whatever on one side, or on the flip side, it can be people just nope out of being involved in the whole process because they're aware that if they do partake in it, political winds have changed and they're going to pay a price for it. So this is why having people with large platforms totally calling out and devolving into insane conspiracies about the president are actively there. It's not just like, oh, it's annoying or it's discrediting or it's disappointing or whatever. It can actually have tangible political consequences. So with that being said, let's talk about the Tucker problem. First thing I've got here is as just some guy made a video that I thought was funny.
I like Israel. I've been there a number of times, taking my family there on vacation. They're going again soon. I really like Israel. I brought my family on vacation. I like Israel. I've taken my family there on vacation. Yeah.
Speaking for myself, I've never hated Israel. I vacation there.
We're Christians. They want to go to Jerusalem. I got it.
I come to Israel and the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's just beautiful. I love green. I love plants. It's great.
I can sincerely say Jerusalem is probably my favorite city in the world. Oh, it is, of course, my favorite city. There's no more amazing place than Jerusalem. And I have a million friends who both live in Israel and who love Israel. I'd like to live there.
If I live there and I think enough of Jerusalem that I would like to live in Jerusalem, I think it's the most incredible city in the world. I truly love it.
Visit Israel, fall in love like Tucker has. Yet another entry in the these people just create. They're lining themselves up, offering propaganda to the people that ostensibly they hate. This guy here, Vice President of External Affairs at the Manhattan Institute. He's the one who posted that. Lining themselves up to be memed. So here's Tucker talking to Megyn Kelly. I got a couple of these clips. In this one, he talks about this private conversation that he's had with Trump. Now, I for the longest time, I've followed Tucker so closely, and for the longest time, I've been inclined to just take him at his word when he says things like this. But, you know, this is part of the problem with completely detonating your credibility is now I don't even know if I can believe this. I don't even know if he's actually honestly recounting what happened in this conversation. But this is, even if he's not, this is what he had to say.
I said, look, Netanyahu hates you. You know that. They don't like each other at all. The people pushing you toward this would include Rupert Murdoch, who despises you. Trump knows that, of course. Mark Thiessen has always hated.
Roy, thank you for the $5, sir. Pushing us up over the $800 mark. Can we hit 1,000? Amy asked me that when she sent me back upstairs during the little intermission. She said, go hit $1,000, Daddy. So I've been commissioned by Mrs. Kingpild. She said, hit $1,000. So that is the goal. How far can we take this? Now, first of all, the first interesting thing he says here is he tells Trump, Netanyahu, you know Netanyahu hates you. Which is like a little thing here. He's not just saying, I'm telling you Netanyahu hates you. You know that Netanyahu hates you. And then he says, they hate each other.
You know that. They don't like each other at all. The people pushing you toward this would include Rupert Murdoch, who despises you. Trump knows that, of course. Mark Thiessen has always hated you. Ben Shapiro, they hate you. Mark Levin hates you, has always hated you.
Yes.
The people pushing you to, I said this right to his face, the people pushing you to do this want to destroy you, and they're doing it on behalf of Israel, whose goals include getting...
So the people who are trying to do this to you are doing it because they hate you, and you know this. And he says, spoiler alert, he says, Trump says, I know. Trump's response to him was, yeah, I know. So I don't know if I can take Tucker seriously when he says these things, but what he's saying does correspond with what I know about Trump, which is that he hates Netanyahu, Netanyahu hates him, all of these other guys hate him. And he's aware that they hate him. So you might ask, well, why is Trump so supportive publicly of people like Mark Levin? Why does he post in favor of him? Why does he endorse Lindsey Graham? Why is he doing these things? Doesn't he understand these people hate him and they want to destroy him? Well, yes, he does understand that. Okay, well, I'm left with two conclusions then. One is that Donald Trump is retarded, which is the tack that they've taken. I don't think I have the clip in here today, but there was one of the clips where Tucker said, like, things are going to get worse because we're running the risk now of leadership of Gavin Newsom as president, and Gavin Newsom is actually competent, unlike Donald Trump. How do you put yourself in this frame of mind? How do you say it could be so much worse if Gavin Newsom was the president? Leaving aside the, like, Gavin is competent, Donald Trump is not. But, like, if I hear Gavin Newsom, if Trump fails, then Gavin Newsom could become president, and that would be so much worse. So I'm going to do everything I can to contribute to the effort of Trump failing so that Gavin Newsom becomes president. Like, none of this is coherent at all. None of this makes any sense whatsoever, even taken on its own terms. But then the second half of this clip is what just really baked my noodle. Listen to the angle that Tucker takes here.
Destroy you, and they're doing it on behalf of Israel, whose goals include getting the United States out of the Middle East. They don't want the U.S. in the Gulf because it strengthens the Gulf.
They don't like our
state.
friendships there.
They don't like our friendships there at all because Qatar and UAE and Saudi, but also Bahrain, Oman, and Kuwait, but mainly those three countries are a massive rival to regional hegemony. You can't run the Middle East with strong Gulf states. And so they want the U.S. out. Israel wants the U.S. out of the Middle East, and they want to degrade those Gulf states. And I said that right to his face. And he said, yeah, I know.
So we're making the case for the United States staying in the Middle East? Like, the problem here is that Israel has co-opted Trump to try to get the United States out of Israel, or to get the United States out of the Middle East. And this is a really big problem because we're super anti-war, and we need to make sure that the United States stays in the Middle East, even though Israel doesn't want them to. Because we love Israel, but we don't love the Israeli government, and the Israeli government, like, Israel's a great, wonderful place. I love there. I would move there. And Israel wants the United States out of the Middle East. So because if they get the United States out of the Middle East, it'll make it really hard for the Gulf states there, which Trump is actively involved in massive trade deals and talking to them directly. They've been those countries have been publicly saying, no, you're not going hard enough on Iran. We need you to go harder on Iran. How can we help? What can we do to contribute to this effort? So Tucker is an advocate of the United States remaining in the Middle East, but also the forever wars were really bad because why is the United States in the Middle East instead of focusing on domestic issues? And Trump knows that these guys who apparently have like some sort of magical control over him hate him and are trying to destroy him. And they're trying to destroy him by inducing him to remove the United States presence from the Middle East. I can't make heads or tails of this. Am I missing something? Is there something that I'm not getting here? Is it good that the United States has a presence in the Middle East, or is it bad? Should the United States be actively cultivating relationships with the Gulf states, or no? I'm getting mixed messages here, Tucker. I'm not following. And then there's this one.
Okay, so what happened, interestingly, in response to that clip online yesterday was a torrent of demands by the Israel Firsters and some regular conservatives. I mean, demanding that in their view, return to Muslim hate. That any deviation off of Muslims are bad, universally bad, is not acceptable and makes you of the left, was the accusation. And, you're just out there for clicks. It's like, nothing I've done is for clicks. If anything, my stance on the Iran war and Trump attacking me hasn't been particularly helpful, but it's sincere. And, you got to be honest about who you are and where you stand.
Yep.
And I have been blown away by how openly the Israel First crowd is demanding that I and others hate Muslims or else, or what? We're going to be called empty vessels, or we're going to be shamed for having said things that are questioning about Islam. I'm not real pro on Islamic leaders in America. I still stand by that. But I am reevaluating some of the things that I swallowed hook, line, and sinker, Tucker, because I now see we've all been manipulated. You have no idea how ubiquitous and powerful AIPAC, Israel, its lobby, its paid agents. I mentioned Brad Parscale the other day, who's registered as a foreign agent for Israel now and runs Salem Media Group. I mean, there are a lot of those folks in our nation pushing propaganda.
Well, he's registered as a foreign agent? Well, wow, it seems like we've made great progress. People who are working on behalf of the state of Israel are registering as foreign agents. Yeah, baby's first red pill. There's a dilemma, I think, for someone like this, for someone who has a large platform, who has a long documented history of publicly talking about these things in public, and they're doing it regularly on a regular basis. There's an obligation. Their money is directly tied to them going and talking on a regular basis. When you start taking baby's first red pill in that position, it seems to have a brain-breaking effect on people because they start running through these sorts of talking points that they clearly don't understand. There's clearly a long history here, and they're just sort of starting to come onto it a decade late, and they think that they've stumbled upon it for the first time. They're like, I've been lied to so much, because for the first time, they stumbled upon it. For the rest of us, we've been living in this world for years now. But they stumble upon it, they start talking about it, and they're doing it in public. So they're doing a performance while they're talking about it. Being red-pilled for the first time as a public figure in public who's required to talk about politics all the time seems like just a catastrophic combination of things.
Propaganda on us. And I frankly think I've been too trusting.
Well, this was one of the concerns about immigration 100 years ago, that people would come to this country and import with them their own ancient blood feuds and then impose them on the rest of us. And, I'm American, and I don't have to sign on to your blood feud. If you're Armenian and you demand I hate all Turks, no, I'm not doing that. I mean, you may hate Turks, you may have good reason to hate Turks, whatever, but I don't hate Turks. I kind of reserve the right to form my own bigotries. And one of the reasons that I try to retreat
It's a good line. I reserve the right to form my own bigotries
from the world regularly, in the woods or sauna or whatever, it's just to kind of sort of come to center to what I believe. I'm a Christian, which is an exclusive claim. Okay, so I believe Jesus is the Son of God. I believe you get to God through Jesus. That's exclusively through Jesus. So I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Hindu. I'm not a Sufi. I'm a Christian. On the other hand, I just like reverent people. And anyone who bows down before God and admits I'm not God 5 times a day doesn't share my theology. We don't have the same view of how you get to heaven. But that person is not by definition my enemy.
See, here's this other thing that's happening. At the same time that we're taking baby's first red pill, we're also converting to Christianity effectively. Yeah, but you are by definition a Muslim's enemy. This is like, again, you're it's great that you're starting to think about these things, starting to ponder and contemplate these things. Do it offline. You mentioned like going for a walk, going fishing, going to the sauna. Stay there. Just stay there. You don't need to come out and be an influencer and try to influence everyone, because you're going through a political conversion and a religious conversion at the same time. And you're doing it in public while you're weighing in on these things, and you're saying stupid things. Like this, I kind of understand what he's saying. He's like, well, if you're like a reverent religious person, I'm not going to engage in a blood feud with you. But characterizing this as like, oh, well, someone who bows down and prays to God and acknowledges that they're not God is not by definition my enemy. Well, there's like this false construct here. And what this has the effect of is this is like an ecumenical push. Oh no, we need to find common ground with the Muslims, and we need to reconsider the Muslim position. No, we actually don't. We actually don't need to consider the Muslims' position. And we don't need to do this, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, at the civilizational level. Does that make sense? We're not this like helpless, oppressed, weighed down white man who's just grasping for whatever friends we can get. No, we're Christians. We know how the story ends. We don't need to recruit Muslims to fight global Jewry. We don't need to launch an ecumenical movement where we start observing how wonderful it is that Muslims are so reverent. That's not the same as saying, like, the Crusades are rising again and we need to go wipe Muslims off the face of the earth. I think we need to wipe Muslims off the face of the earth by them converting to Christianity. I think that'd be a great thing. But acting like, no, I actually need to like appreciate and be friends with and sidle up alongside these guys because they pray 5 times a day to a pagan deity. Just because global Jewry, this is the sort of thing, this is the sort of conclusions you arrive at when you are new to these sorts of issues. And you've got kind of like that cage stage fervor. And you sort of like, you go really hard on this thing and then really hard on this thing, and you kind of flail around for a little while before you start to settle in a little bit. The best possible thing, I'm never going to not love Tucker. I have to. The best possible thing that Tucker could do right now is shut the fuck up. Log off. Go through your your conversion process offline. Don't do it in the public eye. This isn't good or healthy for you or for the people who are listening to you, taking cues from you. This is downright irresponsible. Ryan Isaac says, this is Episcopalian / Anglican theology writ large. It is. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's a good point, Straight Buster. He says, my new anarchy fixes this is orthodoxy fixes this. Yes. Yes, it does. Bitcoin fixes this. Orthodoxy fixes this. Okay, so then here's Massie. Here's Massie talking to Tucker and talking about people who are lying in public and like holding the high ground like Doyle was talking about. You know, well, at least it's like directionally right. No, he's just lying. Here's a great example.
Another fact, when X decided to show you where accounts were based, where they were set up and where they were operated from, the DHS account showed Israel, that it was set up. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security's X account was set up using an IP address from Israel, using an Android app purchased in Israel. And that doesn't trouble people. Like, there should be an investigation over why, when the DHS set up its Twitter account, it was set up in Israel. Now, they claim, if you ask Grok about this, he'll walk around the bush with you.
Oh, of course.
And say that, well, there were some glitches back in the old day and there were some contractors involved and you can never get to the bottom of it. Another fact, when X...
Here's the... iHypocrite was tweeting about this. Nikita Beer said, this is fake news. Location was not available on any gray check account at any point. Furthermore, the DHS has only shown IPs from the United States since account creation. But you don't even necessarily have to take Nikita's word for it because, you know, he's a Jew. The image went viral in November, showing the DHS Gov page listed as based in Tel Aviv, created July 2008, connected via the Israel App Store, and it got 39 million views and hundreds of thousands of likes before anyone looked closely at it. Screenshot didn't have the gray check mark that X puts on every single verified government account without exception, and the person who originally posted it later appeared to admit they made the whole thing up. Here is the guy who did it, showing how, some of the tweets have been deleted at this point, but the guy who did it was showing people how he fabricated it. He's literally got a screenshot here of him fabricating it, using the account created date from his own account. You don't have to take the Jews' word for it. The guy who created it showed in real time how he created it. It was fake. And you would think if you're like a member of Congress who really, really cares about this, you might go like, run that down. Try to validate it yourself. No, he just takes something he saw on the internet and he goes and asks Grok about it. Oh, well, Grok's beating around the bush with me. So now me, sitting congressman, super based Massie, I'm just going to go spread some fake news because I got tricked by a fake screenshot on the internet. And I'm too busy campaigning to go actually see if it's true.
Maybe Jim Bob does a killer Tucker impression.
Yes, he does, Mongol Blade. Made by Jim Bob does a very good Tucker. He's one of the greatest impressionists. Like the people he's able to do impressions of is when he does an impression, he nails it. Love Made by Jim Bob. Thank you, Mongol Blade. Slutty Moke says, same guy who tied up hundreds of DOJ lawyers releasing the Epstein files instead of fighting Antifa and cartels in sanctuary cities. Right. This like based American patriot, the one good congressman that we have, took a bunch of DOJ lawyers away from actual like substantive matters for months, turned them into like file clerks. And we're talking about like the fact that the federal personnel that exist are stretched thin. Trump can't even get his U.S. attorneys nominated. Thank you, Emperor Atreides. There's something like 94 U.S. attorneys' offices, and last I saw there was 17. 17, I think. who have actually been confirmed. So Trump's working with a shorthanded DOJ this whole time. Where's Thomas Massie? Where's Thomas Massie lobbying to stop the obstructionist Congress that won't let Trump nominate his people into these positions so that the DOJ is actually staffed to address things like violent crime and stealing elections and immigration and deportations? It just so happens he likes to pick these issues where he gets to stand out on an island, stand on his principle, and talk a big game and just be an obstructionist. And then he gets suckered by fake news on the internet and puts me in the position of having to cite Yehuda Teitelbaum. Yehuda Teitelbaum on Twitter is fact-checking Thomas Massie's lies. The man is like facing down this critical election, so he's going on Tucker Carlson to talk about it. Tucker says 13 days from now, Thomas Massie will prove whether or not pro-American politics are allowed in Donald Trump's Republican Party. Pro-American politics. Here's producer Blake. Pro-American politics such as voting against the wall, voting against ICE funding, voting against E-Verify, voting to increase taxes on all Americans by 3%, voting to cut the standard deduction in half, voting against no tax on tips or overtime, voting against defunding Planned Parenthood, voting to mandate warrants for deportations to effectively neuter ICE, voting against the wall and ICE funding again, voting to increase legal immigration and the further displacement of American workers, voting against censuring radical left Democrats like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Stacey Plaskett, etc., trying to stop the president from bombing foreign narco-terrorists who flood our country with poison, disproportionately affecting Kentucky, blaming President Trump's rhetoric for Charlie Kirk's assassination, ruining the lives of 4 random men from an FBI lineup by falsely accusing them of involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, supporting America Last trade deals that disproportionately harm his own state, opposing tariffs that benefit his own state, being funded by far-left third-world Islamists like the Marouk family, a key donor to the squad, being praised by the likes of Jasmine Crockett, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uygur, Jack Dorsey, etc., having a fan base made up almost entirely of leftists, taking money from got to get some cheap shots in there, you know, the jamming the knife in the ribs. Taking money from IPAC, a group working with the Democratic Socialists of America to oppose ICE in the streets, trashing President Trump and calling him a pedophile on Twitter for a year and a half, while lying to voters in his own district about being a staunch MAGA patriot, see the recent advertisements, and defaming his Trump-endorsed Navy SEAL opponent as a woke never-Trumper. No serious person is buying your bullshit anymore, Massie. Republican voters are sick of your traitorous backstabbing and allying with the radical left against our interests. I hope you enjoy your new career as a Rumble streamer after you lose on May 19th. Go follow Blake Cressis on X. Producer Blake, one of our most powerful posters. But here's the thing. He's doing the political lambasting here. So he if I was to throw a bone to the pro Massie, the good faith pro Massie people, they'd be like, well, this isn't fair. This isn't fair. You know, like he's voting against omnibus bills. He's voting against bills that have bad stuff in them, along with the good stuff. So he's not voting against the good stuff. He's just voting against the bad stuff. This is why I call this retard right thing a iteration of libertarianism. These people have no idea how any of this shit works. The way that things are right now, if you want to get the good stuff, you're going to get some of the bad stuff too. Because we don't live in utopian-based world. We don't live in Ancapistan. You got to get out of living in Ancapistan in your head. Stop trying to live in based world in your head. When Thomas Massie says, I'm concerned about the debt, so I'm going to oppose funding mass deportations because I'm concerned about the debt. Oh, he's standing on his principles. Yeah, the debt. Imagine if America goes bankrupt. Yeah, you know what won't matter if America goes bankrupt? If America doesn't exist. You know what will be sure to make America go bankrupt? if we're flooded with a bunch of foreign invaders? So choosing that time to stand on your principles about the debt is functionally, it doesn't matter what's going on between your ears. It doesn't matter what reasons you give. The actual functional effect of you doing that is blocking the good stuff. This is the definition of letting perfect be the enemy of the good. And when he was just kind of like the ho-hum, sort of, just lovable, nerdy engineer, libertarian guy who's kind of like the token vote in Congress or whatever, that's fine. That's all fine and good. When he becomes an open propagandist, obstructionist, calling the president a Jew-obsessed, a Jew-owned pedophile, I think he's crossed the line. I think this isn't reasonable anymore. Remember how I talked about Nematoder?
This is why I send you money. I was libertarian for years because it was easy and I didn't have to take a stand on hard issues and take a few sacrifices for what was ultimately right.
Patriot. Nematoder, the Patriot. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. You've been around for a long time. The Nematoder was the first person to ever give me money through Substack. He was the first paid subscriber on Substack. I don't know if he knows that. But Nematoder is a longtime patriot. My negatoder. My negatoder. Negatos, Brazil nuts. Anyways, thank you, Nematoder. Remember how I was talking about Fetterman the other day? And he wrote some op-ed talking about how he's not going to be leaving the Democrat Party. I've got that log for, maybe we'll read it next week. But remember how I was talking about the way that Fetterman, if you're looking at his voting record and you see the times when he voted with Democrats, and if he wasn't going to be a tie-breaking vote, like he wasn't going to be a vote that determines anything, then the fact that he votes with the Democrats is when he votes with his own party, you can't take a lot away from that. Because, he's operating within the political domain. He's not going to come take some stand on an issue against his party when all he's doing is just kind of being a thorn. He's not accomplishing anything. He's just grandstanding. He's just going to vote with his party. You can't really glean a lot from that. Well, Massie's the opposite. He would take every opportunity to be the one man standing, literally just doing things performatively. Oh, I'm going to teach people about the national debt by being the one person who casts some meaningless vote. Now, that's kind of annoying. But in 2023, he was the key tie-breaking vote on raising the debt ceiling for Joe Biden. When the party needed him to stick with the party to block fucking President Autopen, suddenly the debt ceiling doesn't matter anymore. That's when you become a real problem. It's like J.D. Vance said earlier this year. He's like, it's all fine and good, you're a great guy, we like you and everything, but if you're going to continually give the middle finger to the party, then you can't expect the party to have your back anymore. That doesn't make you some kind of victim. Mass is like, oh, it's corrupt and people are bought off and everything. Yeah, welcome to fucking Congress. Everybody knows that. What are you doing to change that? You're auditioning for your Rumble podcast where you're going to raise awareness about how Congress is corrupt. Congress's approval rating is 11%. Everyone knows the actual tangible effects of what you're doing is not resolving that issue. It's making it worse. When fucking Jasmine Crockett comes out and says, you're the one good conservative, you might not be this principled crusader that you think yourself to be. They recognize, the Democratic Socialists of America recognize that Thomas Massie is an ally to their cause. That's why they're happy to see him doing what he's doing. Some of these things are a lot more straightforward than they seem. If Democrats are happy about what you're doing, then you are an ally of Democrats. It's really that straightforward. It's that simple. And you can't cast yourself as like the one true American patriot who's also allied with the Democratic Party. These things just do not go together. Another clip here with some commentary from producer Blake.
Why would they care what happens in a Republican primary in Kentucky, of all places?
It's to silence me. It's so that I shut up. Look, if I lose on May 19th, I'll be out of Congress on January 3rd of next year. And nobody's going to follow my Twitter. Nobody's going to go to my Facebook page to see what's going on. I won't be invited down into the secret skiffs to read the secret interpretations of the laws that the executive branch is using to spy on you. I'll be gone. The one whistleblower, if you will, in Congress will be gone. And let me tell you who's on the other side of this, who's funding me. I've got, and this is miraculous. I think, you called it a referendum. I think it may be a movement within the MAGA movement is what we're seeing, because I've got over 33,000 donors and the average donation is less than $94. These people, they don't have a lot of money to give, but they can't be intimidated, right? By the White House. They can't have their environmental permits pulled on a big data center. The government of Washington, D.C. doesn't have that kind of leverage on individual normal people. So those are the people who are funding me.
How does Act Blue work again? Remind me. The whole Democratic fundraising scam where they have all these different fraud networks that funnel money into Act Blue, where they just do like a whole bunch of donations, little small dollar donations. They're like, oh, look, we're grassroots. It's kind of interesting thing that just occurred to me. Blake Cressis, producer Blake, says, what an absolute retard. They're trying to silence me. As if he's not going to start a Rumble podcast and be louder than ever after he loses. We all know that's going to happen, and as annoying as it'll be, it's preferable to him voting against border security and deportations. We don't need whistleblowers. We're not lacking whistleblowers. You're not special because you're like, oh, the government's corrupt. They're doing things to violate your rights. What have you done to stop that? You've talked about it. You've been like the token vote against, I don't know, like funding the wall because of surveillance state stuff. So you haven't blocked the surveillance state stuff. You also haven't contributed to the building of the wall. So what have you actually accomplished? What's like the one thing? I think the one bill that he's actually put forth was like naming a post office or something. But for a long time, I thought that Massie, like, he meant well. And he's just like hopelessly libertarian brained. But he's like, he thinks that he's changing something by doing what he's doing. And it's like, oh, I'm just going to be the lone principled voice in Congress. I'm just like Ron Paul, but the longer that this goes on, the more that doesn't fly. What are you actually accomplishing? I don't care what you're talking about. I don't even care what your voting record is. What are you actually accomplishing? Politics is a game. There are rules to the game. When you're making decisions, when you're playing that game, what is the net effect of the actions that you're taking? If you're just there to cast protest votes and like whistleblow or whatever, maybe that's great during a time of peace. We're at war. If you're obstructing the Republican Party, you're advancing the interests of the Democrat Party. We've already seen what the interests of the Democrat Party are. It's really that simple. You can try to galaxy brain your way out of that. But in a time of war, there's one side that's fighting another side. The Democrat Party is in an existential state, and there's nothing that they want more than Republicans who will break away from the Republican Party and try to obstruct and stop the Republican domination. That's one of the greatest assets that Democrats could ask for. I'm not commenting on like potential downsides or threats or whatever within the Republican Party. Those are obvious. Everyone knows about them. We don't need whistleblowers telling us about them. We're well aware. Right now, the primary threat is the Democrat Party because we've already seen that in action. We've seen what that looks like. We've seen Virginia. We've seen Louise Lucas. We've seen the Virginia District Attorney or Commonwealth Attorney who's letting illegal immigrants off for violent crimes and pushing them out on the street and will not cooperate with ICE. Look at California, the Spencer Pratt videos I played earlier. The absolute state of California, where they are taking criminals, giving them drugs for free, giving them tax dollars for free, and pushing them out on the streets to terrorize people and torture dogs to fund their dinner parties. That's what the Democrat Party stands for. If you are facilitating that in any way, shape, or form, I do not give one flying fuck what you have to say about the Republicans. I'm well aware of the problems with the Republicans. I would much rather deal with the problems of the Republicans than the problems of the Democrats. Why? Because I'm an American. And this is the obvious American position. Any attempts to try to galaxy brain your way around that is just traitor behavior. I don't care what your intents are. I care about the effects of your actions. And the effects of your actions are to obstruct Donald Trump's agenda to make America great again. So you can get out. And all of this about money, oh, I'm just the guy, I'm funded by these small dollar donations. And I'm doing my best to not talk about the wife thing, because it just seems, I don't know, it makes me uncomfortable. But I can't help but look at the way he looks now and the way he looked like 2 years ago. And he doesn't look happier or healthier. This whole like dark Massie thing. He got rid of the glasses. He grew out the beard. It doesn't fit him because that's not who he is. He's the MIT nerd who wears glasses and his hair is kind of thinning. Like, that's a feature. Why do you feel the need to glow up like this? Why does that happen at the same time as like totally pruning out on the timeline? Like, why are these things happening at the same time? You know, maybe there is nothing sketchy about what happened with his wife and his new wife and all the really weird things that happened there. Like, it's not for me to say. I don't know the man. I'm not personally involved in it. And these sorts of things are, they're difficult, uncomfortable things that I don't think it's worth much people talking about these things who aren't personally involved in it. This is just in bad taste. But I understand why people are doing it, because even leaving that aside, assuming there's no sketchiness, so there's no funny business there, I can't help but notice that this change in posture came at the same time as the whole glow up thing. No, he's just the same guy he's always been. He's clearly not the same guy he's always been. Clearly, I don't know how someone could possibly get themselves to believe that he's the same guy he's always been. He doesn't even look the same. How is he the same guy he's always been if he suddenly goes through this dramatic transformation and he's been this one same guy for all this time, and all of a sudden he's going to, like, I don't know, get LASIK or whatever, and looks like his hair's not as thin as it used to be, so maybe he's like cleaning up something up there. He grows out the beard, all of this happening at the same time. This is, again, like maybe it is entirely, it's just exactly as it appears. Or, sorry, exactly as what the official story is. You know, his wife died tragically, and he was distraught, and then he quickly remarried. Very common thing. It happens a lot. It's not necessarily sketchy. And then he's just like really traumatized by this whole experience, and that's made his brain break. Well, then fine. This is all the more reason why the same thing I said to Tucker. Log off. Go enjoy your homestead. Thank you for your service. Just go retire. Go like tend to your animals and your fruits and your family and everything. We don't need you in office anymore. Clearly you're going through something that has broken your brain, and we don't need you being one of the 535 top elected legislators in the country. It's not a role for you anymore.
And so just to frame the conversation around that idea, what was your margin of victory in the last race in Kentucky?
In the last race, primary, I got 75% of the vote. There was somebody that got 13% and somebody that got 12%.
75% of the vote.
And in the race before that, I got 76%. And then the race before that, I got 81%.
81%. Now, the race with the race you get 81%, you were already having conflict with Trump at the time, right?
Yeah. At the time, he was saying to throw me out of the party. He called me a third-rate grandstander, to which I claim I'm at least second-rate.
Fair. So I'm going through this because I think...
I mean, I understand why people like him. I spent most of my life knowing who Thomas Massie was, liking him, precisely because of things like that. Like, that's charming. There's definitely a charm to that. You know, just being able to take the insult and roll with it like that. I respect that.
It leads to today, and it makes a really interesting point. So what is the current polling in your race?
It's a single point lead for me. It's not very fluid. They've spent $10 million against me. And when I say they, I hope we get into they.
Yes.
And it's going to be close. It's just going to be, the result is going to be based on who turns out.
So you won 75% of the vote last time. It's now a 1% race against, I don't remember who it was in the Kingpill Discord last night, but he's an obvious carpetbagger. His opponent is an obvious carpetbagger. Why? Because he has to go. Because we don't need third-rate or second-rate grandstanders in the party right now. We don't need people who are obstructing to stand on principle and accomplish nothing except for give power to Democrats. If your principles involve giving power to Democrats, intentionally or unintentionally, I don't like your principles. Your principles are not American principles. They're self-defeating.
So it was 81%.
So his constituents, there's only two conclusions here. Either his constituents are just retarded and some money buys them off, or they're unhappy with him too. And his job is literally to represent him. His job is literally to represent them. They're unhappy with him. Or maybe they're just retards and it just takes some money to buy them off. Is that what you're going to go with, Mr. Massie?
Percent margin, 76, 75, like full-on blowouts in the Republican primary in your district in Kentucky, and now it's within a couple of points and you could lose.
Correct.
And the difference is they have spent $10 million against you. So I don't think anyone would dispute that. That's the difference. The money poured into this race from outside of Kentucky is basically pushing you to the point of almost losing, and you may lose.
Living Dead says, if your principles can be leveraged against you, then were they ever yours to begin with? There's a thinker.
Where'd that money come from?
Well, it didn't come from regular people. It's come from billionaires, and 95% of it, at least 95%, has come from the Israeli lobby. So I'll give you their proxies. The RJC, which is the Republican Jewish Coalition, AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson went together. They funded a PAC called MAGA Kentucky, which is neither MAGA nor Kentucky. But when the ad
any of them live? Who are those three people?
they have been, Miriam Adelson is the gambling magnate who's ironically makes money from the Chinese now gambling and not in Las Vegas.
And
so
she's
much.
literally an Israeli.
Yeah, she was born there.
Yep.
She's given over $200 million to the president. He puts her on the stage. He says that she's influenced his own policy and attitudes toward Israel. And so she's trying to buy a congressional seat in Kentucky, along with the rest of these groups that are
Why is that congressional seat up for sale?
probably, by the way, getting her money as well.
Why is that congressional seat up for sale, Thomas Massie? If you're the one really valuable, you're the whistleblower, you're the one that gets to see on the inside and let everybody know what's happening, then why is it that your seat is up for sale? Why have you put yourself in a position where this tremendous value that you bring to the country, which is kind of a little wrong-headed, like your job is not to bring value to the country. Your job is to bring value to your constituents. And apparently, if it's a single-point race, your constituents aren't satisfied with what you've done. You were elected to represent them. So why have you put yourself in a position where your constituents are unhappy with you and your seat is up for sale so that the Israel lobby can come in and buy it? This kind of seems like an own goal. If your goal is to diminish the influence of the Israel lobby on the country, which again, not what you were elected to do, but if your job is to diminish the role of the Israel lobby on the country, then why did you do the thing that was sure to actually enhance the role of the Israel lobby with respect to the country? Why did you put yourself in a position where your seat is now up for sale? I mean, if the Israel lobby was paying him to crash out like this and give them an opportunity to launder a bunch of money through there, would it look any different? I'm not saying that's what's happening. I don't think that's what's happening. But I'm saying that if that is what was happening, it wouldn't look any different. So the actual played out effects in the real world would be identical. So you are, as an elected official, you are taking the necessary steps to ensure that you are removed from office to the benefit of the Israel lobby. Like, I don't care what's in your head. I don't care what your motivations are. I care what you're actually accomplishing. That's what you're accomplishing. And as a great spagigger here, Tom Luongo says, what was that about pots and kettles? This guy fundraises off of every pill-abiding libertarian the world over. Maybe there isn't some sort of Act Blue style scheme to give all these low dollar donations to Thomas Massie. I know that Thomas Massie gets tons and tons of donations from people. Every libertarian the world over loves Thomas Massie. I guarantee you they're all donating to him, and they don't live in Kentucky. So it's real rich to hear about how people outside Kentucky are funding your opponent when you are funded by people who don't live in Kentucky. He has his own Zionist billionaire who funds him, along with the Democratic Socialists of America. Like, this guy does not have any room to be talking about how, like, foreign lobbies are interfering in Kentucky politics. Oh, gasp! That's literally the reason why you're there, is because foreign lobbies, foreign to Kentucky, foreign lobbies have funded your political career. So maybe don't do the whole like moral grandstanding thing on this. Just recognize, yes, that's how the game is played. And if you understand that's how the game is played, then plan your own actions accordingly. If you inherit a little construction firm in Georgia, doing about $600,000 per year, how do you suddenly start getting expedited special approvals from HUD in 2011 and 12 and do a string of 25 LAHTC public low-income housing projects, spiking your construction revenue up to $45 million a year at the peak. A HUD process run by Obama staff and permanent career civil servants at that time. Sean Donovan, the Obama-appointed HUD secretary, unanimously approved by the Senate. Reporting to Sean, Carol Galante, Senior Executive Service, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Multifamily Housing Programs, 2009 to early 2012, and Janet M. Golrick, Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary for Multifamily Housing Programs in 2011. These SES officials operated in the Assistant Secretary for Housing and FHA structure, with multifamily housing programs as a core office. Field-level implementation, e.g. Greensboro and Atlanta offices for North Carolina projects like Raleigh Gardens LLC, involved hub directors, program center directors, and career staff, often SES themselves, handling reviews, exceptions like early starts, and coordination with state agencies. One of these SES officials was directly responsible for 1. Awarding the Raleigh Gardens deal to MTG and her husband, 2. Cutting the usual 4 to 7 year timeline down to a 6-month expedited approval, and 3. Letting them start construction even before approval was granted. In July 2011, when MTG's husband created Raleigh Gardens LLC for this deal, somebody behind the scenes had already chosen them and told them the deal was theirs even before any paperwork had happened. Then one sweet Georgia deal after another, and soon other states flowed their way. Then she ran for Congress and the Georgia machine got behind her. Then she flipped. Long-term Obama/SES plant? One of the major projects was in North Carolina, but others, presumably most, were in Georgia. No publicly available list of all the projects can be found online. I don't know, man. I'm just asking questions. Just asking questions. I'm connecting some dots here in public. And when I connect these dots together into a narrative, it seems to paint a picture of obvious nefarious doing. Perhaps we need an investigation. Perhaps we need to allocate substantial numbers of DOJ personnel to investigate this case of potential fraud. I wonder if there's like some sort of a fraud organization that's been tasked with investigating these sorts of things. Might be important to get this one on their radar. Remember that guy Mark Moran? Mark Moran, the guy in running in Virginia that I played that video of him where he's like walking and talking really weirdly, and went through his platform, which was kind of a fascinating platform. He's running against Mark Warner. Apparently, he was at the America First United event the other day, and Pub Wanghalf says, this nigga is exploring new ways to end sentences.
We know what the problems are. What do we do about them? My name is Mark Moran. I'm running as an independent for U.S. Senate. And I'd like to thank a few people for being here. William and Tony, who have believed in my ideas. Jasmine, who I couldn't be here without, for your support. But I also would like to thank Nick Fuentes, who created this movement.
I don't even know. Like, it's very clear what's happening. This dude is very anti-ICE. That's one of his big things, is talking about how cruel Trump's mass deportations policy is. So we're seeing a band emerging here. We've got Casey Putsch, we've got Nick Fuentes, we've got Dan Bilzerian, we've got Tucker Carlson, we've got Megyn Kelly, we've got Thomas Massie. Who am I missing here? What other names are there? The people that are... It seems as if we're watching the attempt to create some sort of like libertarian plus DSA kind of alignment that's like anti-Israel and James Fishback, anti-Israel and but also like anti-libertarian and or is libertarian and anti-immigration. Now, some of those individual people have been, anti-immigration enforcement, anti-ICE. Some of those people have been have been have at least as of now, they're on the record about being pro-ICE, pro-immigration enforcement. But there's also plenty of them who are not, who are against it. And those who are not are happy to work with those who are, apparently. This is the sort of thing that I think is building up the sort of momentum to take over the role of the Democrat Party, whether they take over the actual Democrat Party apparatus itself or form some new party. I think this is the future opposition movement emerging now. Like MAGA is the new default status, and all of the non-MAGA people are forming up into this like organization of misfits and degenerates and goofballs to be like the official opposition. And it's going to take me a while to kind of try to tie these different pieces together, figure out how it's going to work. But yeah, Dr. Doom Guy, these people are going to be the new Democrat Party. There's like some key issues that they're starting to follow along. Like the one thing that unites all of them is anti-Israel. And then there's the immigration thing is a question, I suppose. But then they have a lot of these libertarian priors, just anti-war. I don't know. It's very odd. It's a very odd group of weirdos. But yeah, generational political realignment is happening. Everyone I don't like is a Jew party. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what it's turning into. Is it's just like the thing that unites all of them is being anti-Jew, and then the rest of it flows from there. Which is funny. Being someone who's, I've said this before, that I'm probably like, I don't know, on the anti-Semitism scale in the country, I'm probably like 97th percentile. You know, there's there's very few people that are more anti-Semitic than me. And here we have the emergence of a political party that is defining itself by its anti-Semitism. And holy shit, I want absolutely nothing to do with them whatsoever. Here's another one of these characters who, again, is someone that I've definitely liked in the past. Someone I want to like. But, you know, I think there's also a problem with having everyone like politics is becoming super like popularized, vulgarized, and so everyone has to have political takes, and you get just some of the goofiest, dumbest things, because you know, ultimately politics is a very specific thing, and frankly, if you're a democracy hater like yours truly, then it's just become more and more evident that some of these people just don't need to have political opinions. They don't need to weigh in on them. Here's Tim Dillon.
Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the UK, just like Ukraine is on behalf of the Western Europe against Russia. We have to get serious. Stop it right there.
Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the United Kingdom? Is that the most insane thing anyone's ever heard? Are people right now in the United Kingdom, is their biggest problem Iran? What is this woman speaking of? What is she talking about? What is anyone talking? Is Iran the reason that no one can afford a house? Is Iran the reason that there's fentanyl everywhere? Is Iran the reason that we've got political corruption? Is Russia the reason? Is Iran the reason that we have 12 people that own everything in this country? Is Iran the reason that we have, an epidemic of poisoned food that's killing people and children? And is Iran the reason for any of this? Is Iran the reason that corporations in America just pillage and leave a trail of death and destruction in their wake? Is Iran the reason we have no health care? I mean, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard. She's saying Iran's the enemy of the UK because people pop off. The mullahs in Iran talk a lot of shit. What are they doing? Did Iran attack the UK? Did Iran attack the United States of America? Is Russia attacking the United Kingdom or the United States of America? Am I wrong? But when she says, just get her out of here. But when she says, they're fighting a proxy war on behalf of us, and that's what the Ukraine is doing for Russia. It's on behalf of, number one, it's very dangerous to say, because number one, there's a lot of people in this country that are not trying to get in a war with Russia. I mean,
he's so close. He's so close.
We're not trying to do that. I don't want to be in a war with Russia. So this framing of the issue that I just don't agree with, that they're in a proxy war, your own society is collapsing. Your own society is declining perpetually, year after year. Annually, things get worse. People are fleeing. And you're out there saying the most important thing to the British working class or the American working class is that the Iranian regime is decapitated with Israeli airstrikes? Can you imagine knocking on the door of a double-wide trailer and grabbing a person who is 5 months away from being homeless in our country and asking them their biggest problem? How do you think the word Iran is going to come up much? How do we get in this position? Well, Iran. When your insurance won't cover a knee operation and you have to go bankrupt to replace your hip, is your main concern that Iran be decapitated? This is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, color me shocked that the gay comedian is not all that tapped in. But like, see, this is the thing. You've got Tim Dillon with his awareness of geopolitical things. Like, he's weighing in. He's another guy. He's got a platform. He's got to talk about the things. This is the thing everyone's talking about. So I've got to go talk about it. And like, where do you even begin? Where would you even begin with something like this? You know, if only we had a president, if only we could elect someone who would, begin the largest mass deportation effort in history, arresting all the illegals. I remember Tim Dillon being very, very upset about the ICE activities. This is cruel. This is unjust. This is abhorrent. See, this is what I mean. They want these problems solved, but they don't want to see it happening. What do you think having, 50 plus million people here illegally, what effect do you think that's having on the cost of living, the cost of insurance? What effect do you think that's having? What role have an organized cabal of foreign operatives played in that, who are spread across a bunch of different countries? You're concerned about fentanyl. Well, what role has China played there? What relationship does China and Iran have to each other? Imagine having a president that had like the largest decrease in murders and violent crime in 1 year in a century. Yeah, why go after abuelas who had 7 kids apiece? See, all of these things are happening. All of this stuff is being addressed. But someone like Tim Dillon, who's basically a political casual, draws his talking points from the larger, louder people that he hears who talk on these sorts of matters. The dude literally fucking interviewed J.D. Vance directly, personally. But he also listens to Dave Smith, and he listens to Tucker Carlson, and he listens to Thomas Massie. All of these people. This is the downstream effect of this whole retard right thing. I've been screaming from the rooftops for months, years. Where's my president's propagandists? Where is the podcast class that's going to beat this drum over and over and over again so people understand what's actually happening right now? Because having the press secretary talk about it, or having a member of the administration come out, or having the social media accounts champion their own victory, like, those are great, those are fine, but people naturally distrust and discount those sorts of things. They ultimately are going to parrot the things that they've heard from the trusted voices they listen to. I guarantee you that Tim Dillon is not tapped in about what's going on. He's just looking at it on the surface, reading headlines, and listening to people like Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson spout off about this stuff. Where are my president's propagandists? There's 8 of us. There's 8 of us who have not lost our minds. We are doing our best, screaming into the void. Things are getting better. Now I have this other thing, but this is going to take a really long time, and I'm already coming up on the 4-hour mark, so I think I'm probably going to push this off to Monday. Yeah, straight Buster, the Patriot walks alone. So true. So true, the Patriot does walk alone. There's a Substack post here from Dan Holloway. Just the Drinkin' Bros podcast has just come on my radar recently, and I haven't been able to start listening to it, but I've been following Dan Holloway on X, and I really like a lot of the stuff he has to say. And he wrote this article that I want to read to you guys, but it's a long one, so I'm going to save it for another time. But he says Dave Smith and pretty much every living Carlson are engaged in amathea. Amathea. So there's a video here. I'll play it for you guys next time of Will Chamberlain talking to Buckley and Dave Smith. And then we'll read this article. Why do smart people believe dumb shit? One of the greatest failures of modern life is not a shortage of intelligence. It is the quiet assumption that intelligence itself is a shield against being wrong. And there's this term, amathea, that we'll talk about. A Greek term. It's the ignorance of thinking you know when you do not. Very, very interesting breakdown that he gives here. So I'm going to save that for a future show. But we will finish tonight with, I might forget to pull these out. So let me do that now. And we'll finish with this. It's funny, I saw this tweet last night from the Great Patriot poster, Kaiser von Lohengram. Because it reminded me that this was something I was going to say on the show yesterday and forgot to. Sometimes I'm laying there at night trying to fall asleep, and then I'll remember, oh, shit, I was going to say that during the show. And this is something I was going to say, and then I saw Kaiser say it. He says, there's a really interesting phenomenon where oftentimes those who are labeled as black-pilled are in fact most often delusional optimists. But that only becomes readily apparent once you begin to question them on what their vision of the future is and how they seek to accomplish it. Quite often, their theory in mind of how they get based world involves some inevitable system collapse where the entire political structure of the United States just disappears for some reason, and then you get based world. Or they think they can somehow make a parallel government out of their friends in some network that somehow supplants and replaces the government that currently exists, and the government just lets them do that. Or they think that if they simply just reach enough people online and convince them all of their based idea, then the people are simply all just going to rise up and implement said based ideas. This is like, when you start asking them, and then what? And then what? I had this debate with Angela McArdle several years ago, who, since then, Angela has just been, she is a patriot. Angela McArdle is an absolute patriot. It'd be fun to talk to her again. But I just kept asking this question, and then what? Like, what's the goal here? And then what? Thomas Massie, I am going to obstruct Donald Trump's agenda to fund ICE because of debt stuff. Okay, and then what? Like, how does stopping Trump from executing mass deportations result in America being able to pay off its debt better? And then what? Here's my principles. I am standing on principle. Okay, and then what? And when you talk to these people, they're like, I'll talk to these guys who, the guy I read yesterday who said, we could easily deport 100 million people in a year if we had the will for it. Well, first of all, yeah, if we had the will for it. We clearly don't have the will to deport 100 million people in a year, and it's not because you haven't posted hard enough about it. The will does not exist. Even if the logistics existed, the will does not exist to deport 100 million people a year. So Trump isn't betraying us by not deporting 100 million people a year. This is accepting the premise that 100 million people need to be deported. I think it's probably north of 50 million, and I think 100 million would not be out of the question. And my president thinks it's 50 million. So, but a lot of these people I've realized, the ones who are, I voted for Trump 3 times, assuming they're even real. I voted for Trump 3 times, and he's betrayed me and let me down, and I'll never do it again. they start describing what they expected they were going to get when they voted for him. And I'm like, you had the most preposterous expectations imaginable. You actually thought that some of these things were going to, like, within a week, he's going to arrest Obama, and he's going to execute James Clapper on the White House lawn, and he's going to deport 100 million people in the first year. And he's gonna glass Israel and establish a policy where every single Jew has to walk around with a star on their forehead. And he didn't do this in a year. I'm like, what sort of fucking delusional optimist were you? Yeah. Trump isn't doing mass executions of members of Congress. He betrayed me again.
Pray for the panicans and subversive browners before the patriots trample them.
Vengeful Magadong got blocked out. Let's do that one more time.
Pray for the panicans and subversive browners before we patriots trample them. May their defeat be a mercy.
Yes, they're going to be patriot trampled. Thank you, Vengeful Magadong, taking us up to $821, basically $821. Yes, we do need to pray for them. Like, we need to. The thing that the Straight Buster. What's the thing that you were saying yesterday in the chat, Straight Buster? You said like if you are one of these people who's like really concerned about the sorry, brain just rebooted. If you're one of these people who's really concerned about amnesty is coming and Trump's going to betray us and getting blackpilled, yeah, trust God, pray for Trump. That's all you can do. If you're really upset about these things, you really believe them, you think that they're true, then trust God, pray for Trump. And I will say likewise to us, trust God, pray for the panicans. Trust God, pray for the panicans, and then patriot trample them. Thank you, Vengeful Magadong. To the panicans.
Why are you so fucking negative all the time?
So this was the thing I was thinking about yesterday. I'm like, these people were just astonishingly optimistic about what they thought, like, you know, the Trump's going to get elected and like his DOJ is immediately going to just like full blown start rampaging and arresting everyone and just like stringing them up and you know, like you had zero awareness. You think you're the one who's taken all the red pills and I understand what's really going on, guys. Like, I can read the code in the Matrix. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. You clearly don't understand how any of this works. You don't understand how to campaign. You don't understand how to govern. You don't understand how any of these things are connected to each other. You don't understand any of it. You don't understand how to recognize whether something is breaking slop or not. You don't understand any of this. You are a normie. You have drank so many, you have downed so many red pills. You've emptied the bottle of red pills to such an extent that you've fully normified yourself. There's a horseshoe theory for you. When you get red pilled hard enough, you become a normie. Phew. Kaiser says, talk to many of the supposed hardcore radical guys who will repeat ad nauseum lines like, there is no political solution, or we aren't voting our way out of this, who aren't like actively arming themselves and training for a war, and that's what you get. They will feed you back one of the answers I said, or some combination of them, and the only thing it can be described as is delusional optimism. And to feed back another line to them, optimism is cowardice. Now, I won't endorse that last thing there, but I understand what he's saying. He's doing a bit. I won't get in the way of my buddy when he's doing a bit. Make sure you follow Kaiser Lowengram on X, one of our great OGC patriots. Now that just reminded me of something, and I want to see if I can find this real quick, because let me see if I can play this. I was listening to here it is. I was listening to EWBSX yesterday, as one does. You should be listening to it if you're not. And I heard this clip on there. Now I'm going to try. Can you guys hear this right now? Yeah, you probably can't hear that at all, right? No. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to. I need to share the screen. So I'll just share the screen and we will listen to it. I want to address a couple of things I just saw there in the chat. Real quick, Mongobloid said, "How much is access to speak on Discord? If you're in the Discord at all, you've got access. So you could just sign up at the lowest tier, and you'll be able to speak on the Discord. And then also, Straight Buster said, "Where can I find your BTC wallet code?" Let me grab it for you. So while I'm playing this, I will I'll grab that for you. All right, now you should be able to hear this.
You need to become more desperate. I get a lot of messages from guys who have been broken up by their girlfriend, or like they've lost a job or something, and they're asking for advice, or if they're asking if it's too late, or if they should quit or give up or something. Quitting and late imply that there's rules to this game that we're playing. It implies that there's a ref who's gonna blow a whistle and come in and like wipe the blood off your face, or that if you're getting your skull beat in against the canvas, some third party's gonna come in and put their hands in front of your face. But nobody's gonna do that. You have to raise your fist in front of your own face. You have to swallow the blood or spit it out and stand up again. And again, that doesn't come until you've reached the absolute bottom. That's where desperation is. That's the end of the Negretto, the catabasis, the death for the resurrection. You need to go all the way down there, because until that point you're gonna have excuses and you're gonna have reasons and you're gonna think that quit is still an option. Until you get to the very bottom, do you realize that there is no such thing as quit? There's only dying. And if you're not gonna die, shit or get off the pot. If you're gonna die, die. But if you're gonna keep living, you might as well get up and start going right now. Over the door at the monastery in Mount Athos, there's an inscription that says, "If you die before you die, then you won't die when you do die." Do you get me? This is the dying right now. This is the immortality right now. D.H. Lawrence, I never saw a wild thing sorry for itself. A small bird will drop frozen dead from a bough without ever having felt sorry for itself. From Hagukure, they're talking about the way of the samurai. Lord Naoshige said, "The way of the samurai is in desperateness. 10 men or more cannot kill such a man. Common sense will not accomplish great things. Simply become insane and desperate." Stop making so much sense. I said that in another video. Here's some more poems. Casabianca, about a boy who stands on a burning deck and his father, the captain, has already died, but he doesn't leave the wheel because he doesn't receive an order to. Do not go gentle into that good night. Dylan Thomas, do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Invictus by William Ernest Henley. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. If, by Rudyard Kipling, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss, it goes on. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. And this is the thing about manliness, is that it's fighting until the very death. Like, that's the thing, man. At rock bottom, that's where you find desperation. That's where you find rage. That's where you become insane and you just go stark mad and you fight and you keep fighting.
That is the great Harry Miller on Instagram. Follow him at H_Miller76. He is an absolute unit. A powerful Aryan, big, tall, muscular guy with long blonde hair, Viking maxing. Harry Miller, H_Miller76. A banger. A banger indeed. Ryan Isaac says, the accelerationists think a society can do this, but this is outlier behavior, and not all outliers are going the same direction. Some are demonic. Yeah, very, very true. That's, there is no quitting. There is no, when you say, there is no political solution, we're not voting our way out of this. Like, there is no quitting. There is no moment. This is sort of like an inverse of the, it's like it's like an immanentizing the eschaton thing. It's like people who they think if there's going to be this time where we like reach the magical utopia, and like a correspondent, like the inverse of that is there's going to be the time where we like hit the point where we quit, and there is no quit. You can die. I don't recommend, like, you're gonna die eventually. I don't recommend you pursuing it early, but you're gonna die at some point. What was the Stonewall Jackson quote where he said like when he's in battle, he's not concerned about this because he knows the time and date of his death is set. God knows when he's going to die. He's like, so he's got that under his control. I don't need to worry about it. And he's like, I think he said something along the lines of like I'd rather die in battle than, like laying in my bed or something. Yeah, there is no quit. There is no end. Life goes on. The world goes on. You might die. You will die someday. If you decide to die now, then okay, like it ends for you, and this experience of reality ends for you, but it doesn't for everyone else. There is no stop or give up or quit. You just got to pick up your cross. And for some of us, carrying our cross means some of our cross means being exposed to the retard right. That's the cross that we have to bear. All right. Yeah, Jackson was a plan truster. Was a plan truster for sure. My president is a Stonewall Jackson appreciator. All right, now let us do a drawing. If you have not gone to forum.kingpill.com and put your name in there, you're out of time. I'm downloading it now. Yes, I want to download it and then open it. And open it here. All right. Let me just scan it real quick here to make sure I don't see any duplicates. Everyone. Okay. Yep. No duplicates. So let me copy this. Thank you very much, guys, for all of your generous contributions today. You are incredible. Every single one of you who donated to the cause. I got to clear this stuff out here and make sure I'm not showing any personal information. Paste the list. One of these here is Young Goive, a.k.a. the Metzizza Predator. I know who that is. Okay, get the numbers in here. And come on. All right, we got 23. 23 names today being considered for... What are we at? We're at $820. So we will say River's not accepting that address, so going to have to figure something out with that. Okay, I'll hit you up afterwards, and I'll just make sure that whatever you send over, I'll add it into the total today. So whoever wins is going to get the 80, let's say $85 right now, or somewhere approximating that, whatever I can get with whatever gift card you choose. $85 plus the additional from whatever that Straight Buster sends over. So whoever wins tonight, just know that I got to straighten that out with Straight Buster before I contact you. All right. Rand between 1 and 23. Answer 11. Who is 11? Dave Johnson! Dave Johnson! What are the odds? What are the frickin' odds? The gayest man gets his money back. The great Gatriot.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
So gay.
Oh man, that's what happens when you're gay. You know, when you're gay, you rig the drawing in your own favor. Incredible things are happening. Absolutely incredible. Could not write this. Oh, all right. Well, congratulations to Gay Dave. We love you, man. Thank you for all of your support. Thank you to the rest of you guys for your contributions today. Thank you for entertaining me in the live chat this whole time. This has been a great show. I've had fun. Had a lot of fun with this one. If you're not part of the King Pill Discord, go join up now, because what time is it? It is 1 o'clock. So in here about 7 hours or so, we will be hopping into the King Pill Discord voice chat and talking into the wee hours of the morning. So if you want to come participate or even just lurk and listen, then go to kingpill.com, sign up. Make sure you download the EWBSX app and listen there. Some kind of decently big announcement coming here in the relatively near future on that one. And you'll find out if you're in the King Pill Discord. So kingpill.com, go sign up there. I'll be back tomorrow for the Pseudolabe. The voice chat will be about 8 p.m. Central is when I'll hop in there. Maybe a little earlier, we'll see. But about 8 p.m. Central tonight, and then we'll go until everyone gets tired, which is usually about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Reminder tomorrow, Pseudowave. Make sure you show up for that. It will be in the afternoon, early evening, sometime around then, because I'm going to be up all night. I got to figure out if I'm going to stay up until the voice chat tonight or if I'm going to try to take a nap. We'll see what happens. But for now, I've got to go down and see Eastwood's launch of Artemis 2. So thank you to all of you guys. I appreciate you all. I love all of you. Please share the show with people. And I will see you guys tomorrow evening, unless you're gay and don't want to watch the Pseudowave, in which case I'll see you back here on Monday for another episode of the Astrolabe. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trump-a-mania